Story 1. On the morning the graves were found empty, the fog had not yet lifted from the river. Ash Hollow was the kind of town that didn't make the news. One main road, one diner, one church with peeling white paint and a bell that rang 5 minutes too late. It sat in a shallow valley in western Pennsylvania, tucked between pine-heavy ridges that swallowed radio signals and winter sunlight alike. Population, 2,312. That number hadn't changed in 10 years. Sheriff Daniel Mercer noticed that first. He was standing at the edge of Row C in St. Bartholomew's Cemetery when he realized the count was wrong. Not the graves, the people. The cemetery gates were open. Mud churned beneath deputies' boots. Yellow tape fluttered weakly in the damp morning air. But there were no bodies, no disturbed earth, no broken coffins, just open holes. 7 of them. 7 graves, each excavated with impossible precision. The soil stacked neatly beside them as if lifted by careful hands. But the coffins inside, empty. Animals. Deputy Clara Ruiz asked quietly. Daniel shook his head. No claw marks. No splintered wood. He crouched beside the first grave. The coffin lid lay beside it, hinges intact, screws removed and placed in a small, deliberate pile. Someone had opened these graves properly, respectfully, but taken everything. Who? Clara whispered. Daniel stared at the headstone. Margaret Ellis, 1923 to 2011. Margaret had been 88 when she died. Church pianist. Arthritis. Heart failure. She had been buried 12 years ago. Daniel attended that funeral. He remembered the rain. He remembered the hymn. He remembered her daughter crying so hard she nearly collapsed. Now the earth was open like a mouth. And Margaret was gone. By noon, the whole town knew. Ash Hollow had nothing better to do than gather. Clusters formed outside the cemetery gates. Old men in work jackets. Mothers clutching toddlers. Teenagers filming with their phones. Grave robbers, someone muttered. For what? Another snapped. Jewelry. Margaret Ellis was buried in her Sunday dress and a wooden rosary. No gold. No valuables. The second grave belonged to Thomas Greeley. Died 2008. Stroke. The third, Evelyn Moore. The fourth, Harold Price. 7 in total. All over 70 at the time of death. All buried between 2007 and 2013. No pattern of wealth. No shared cause of death. Just age. Just time. Daniel called the state police. They promised investigators by nightfall. Until then, the scene was his. He walked the perimeter slowly. No tire tracks beyond normal cemetery traffic. No footprints distinct from the morning crowd. It was as if whoever had done this hadn't needed to approach from outside. By afternoon, Father Callahan arrived. His face was pale. "This is desecration," he whispered. Daniel nodded. "Did anyone visit the graves recently?" he asked. The priest hesitated. "There's been something." Daniel waited. "Families have complained," Callahan said slowly. "Small things." "What kind of things?" Headstones slightly misaligned. Fresh flowers removed before wilting. Soil unsettled. Daniel's jaw tightened. "Why didn't you report it?" "Because there was nothing concrete. It felt like paranoia." He looked toward the empty graves. "Now it doesn't." The first real crack came at 4:17 p.m. Deputy Ruiz was reviewing older burial records in the church office when she froze. "Sheriff," she called out. Daniel stepped inside. "What?" She turned the monitor toward him. Margaret Ellis's burial record. Plot C-17. Interment date, June 12, 2011. But beneath it, a secondary notation. Added 3 weeks ago. Exhumation authorized. Daniel's stomach dropped. Authorized by who? Clara scrolled. The digital signature field was blank. No name. No ID. Just a time stamp. 3 weeks ago. At 2:03 a.m. Daniel's pulse thudded in his ears. Check the others. Clara did. One by one. Each of the 7 names showed the same entry. Exhumation authorized. 3 weeks ago. Between 1:58 a.m. and 2:12 a.m. No paperwork filed. No physical record. Just the system entry. Someone hacked it, Clara said. Daniel didn't answer. Because Ash Hollow didn't have the kind of cemetery system worth hacking. It was a small-town record database run on outdated software and maintained by a volunteer. It wasn't connected to anything sophisticated. And yet, someone had accessed it at precisely the same minute each grave was supposedly authorized. That night, the fog rolled in thicker than usual. Daniel couldn't sleep. At 1:57 a.m., he sat at his kitchen table, staring at the clock. He didn't know why. Just a pressure. A pull. At 1:58, the power flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied. Daniel stood abruptly. His police radio crackled. Static. Then Clara's voice, breathless. Sheriff, you need to get to the cemetery. The gates were open again. No tape this time. No mud disturbed. No new graves dug. But something was wrong. Daniel felt it immediately. The air was heavier. Still. Like the moment before a storm. Clara stood near row C, flashlight trembling in her hand. Look, she whispered. Daniel followed the beam. The 7 open graves were closed. Perfectly. Soil replaced. Headstones upright. No sign they had ever been disturbed. Daniel stepped closer. He knelt. Pressed his hand to the dirt. It was cold. Undisturbed. Like it had been settled for years. Open one, he ordered quietly. Clara stared at him. We just... Open it. They dug. Faster this time. Desperate. Within minutes, the coffin lid emerged. Daniel pried it open himself. The wood creaked. The interior was full. Margaret Ellis lay exactly as she had been buried. Hands folded. Rosary in place. Skin sunken with age. Unmistakably dead. Clara stumbled back. That's not possible, she whispered. Daniel stared. No sign of disturbance. No tampering. No decomposition inconsistency. If the coffin had been empty that morning, then this body had been placed here tonight. Perfectly. Without trace. At 2:03 a.m., Daniel's radio crackled again. But this time, it wasn't Clara. It wasn't dispatch. It was a voice he hadn't heard in 16 years. Danny. His breath caught. The flashlight beam trembled. Mom, he whispered before he could stop himself. Silence. Then, you shouldn't have opened it. The voice wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was coming from beneath him. From inside the coffin. Daniel dropped the radio. Clara screamed. The corpse's eyes snapped open. Not decayed. Not cloudy. Clear. Aware. Margaret Ellis's lips parted. But the voice that came out was not hers. It's not about taking them, it said calmly. It's about returning them. Daniel stumbled backward. Clara raised her weapon. The body did not sit up. Did not move. But its eyes tracked Daniel precisely. You buried them wrong, the voice continued softly. You buried them incomplete. The earth around the grave shifted slightly. A low rumble vibrated through the soil. Clara fired. The shot echoed across the cemetery. The bullet tore through Margaret's skull. The body jerked once, then went still. Silence returned. The fog pressed closer. Daniel's heart hammered. Clara stared at him in horror. Did you hear that? She whispered. He nodded slowly. Because he had. And it hadn't sounded like Margaret Ellis. It had sounded like Ash Hollow. By morning, the graves were sealed again. No one else reported seeing movement. No one else heard voices. But Daniel couldn't shake the sentence. You buried them incomplete. Incomplete how? They had died of age. Of illness. Of time. What could possibly be missing? At noon, Clara rushed into his office with pale hands. You need to see this. She handed him a printed list. Town census data. Daniel scanned it. Population, 2,312. He frowned. What about it? Clara swallowed. That number hasn't changed in 10 years. So in 10 years, 37 residents have died. Daniel's pulse slowed. And no one new has moved in. He looked up slowly. What are you saying? Clara's voice trembled. I'm saying the population hasn't changed because the dead never left. A cold weight settled in his chest. Outside, church bells rang. 5 minutes too late. And somewhere beneath Ash Hollow, something shifted in the soil. Waiting. Sheriff Daniel Mercer did not believe in ghosts. He believed in paperwork. In signatures. In physical evidence that could be bagged, labeled, and filed. But as he stood in the municipal records office staring at 10 years of census reports that all ended with the same number, 2312, he felt something colder than superstition settle into his bones. "That's not rounding error," Clara said quietly beside him. Daniel nodded. "Births averaged 8 a year. Deaths averaged 3. Even with young adults leaving for college and never coming back, the population should have fluctuated. It never did. Every annual report, every state submission, every grant application, 2312. Unchanged. Who files these?" Daniel asked. Clara flipped through the documentation. "Town clerk, Eleanor Pike." Daniel exhaled slowly. Eleanor Pike had been town clerk for 27 years. She was 6'9". Meticulous. Sharp. She baked lemon bars for town hall meetings and corrected grammar in public notices with red pen. She was not sloppy, and she was not incompetent. They found her in the records office, humming softly while sorting folders into a filing cabinet. "Sheriff," she smiled warmly. "You look tired." Daniel studied her face carefully. No flicker, no unnatural stillness. "Just Eleanor." "Eleanor," he began gently, "can you explain the census numbers?" She paused. "Just slightly." "Explain how." "They don't change." She blinked once. Then again. "Of course they do." Daniel slid the stack of reports across the desk. She scanned them. Her smile never faltered. "They are accurate," she said calmly. "That's not what I asked." Her eyes lifted slowly to meet his. "They reflect the town." Clara shifted uneasily. 37 people have died in the last 10 years, Clara said. 8 babies born. No new residents. That math doesn't work. Eleanor tilted her head. "It does here." Daniel felt something snap tight in his chest. "What does that mean?" Eleanor's fingers rested lightly on the folder. "It means Ash Hollow takes care of its own." That night, Daniel drove past every house in town. He didn't know what he was looking for. Just something. Movement in dark windows. Curtains twitching. Lights where there shouldn't be lights. At 9:14 p.m., he slowed outside Margaret Ellis's old house. It had been empty since her daughter moved to Pittsburgh after the funeral. For 12 years, it sat quiet. Porch sagging. Paint peeling. But tonight, the porch light was on. Daniel's heart began to pound. He pulled into the gravel driveway slowly. The house felt occupied, not abandoned. He stepped out of the cruiser. The air smelled faintly of something sweet. Like baking. He approached the door. It opened before he knocked. Margaret Ellis stood there. Alive. Not decayed. Not corpse-like. Alive. Her hair white and neatly pinned back. Her Sunday dress replaced with a modest cardigan and house slippers. Her eyes sharp and aware. "Daniel," she said warmly. He couldn't breathe. "You're dead." She smiled gently. "That's what they told you." Clara arrived 3 minutes later, gun drawn. She stopped cold at the sight of Margaret standing calmly in the doorway. "That's not possible," Clara whispered. Margaret sighed softly. "You're both very dramatic." Daniel forced his voice to steady. "You were buried. I saw you." "And I was incomplete," she replied. The same word. Incomplete. Daniel stepped closer. "Explain." Margaret gestured inside. "Come in. It's cold." They did not move. She gave a small, disappointed shake of her head. "You always were stubborn, Daniel." "How are you here?" he demanded. Margaret's expression softened. "We were never meant to stay buried." Inside, the house looked freshly lived in. Dust gone. Kitchen counters clean. A pot simmering gently on the stove. Family photos back on the walls. Margaret poured tea as if this were an ordinary evening. Daniel's hands trembled. Clara kept her weapon trained low. "You died of heart failure," Daniel said. Margaret nodded. "Yes." "I attended your funeral." "Yes." "I opened your coffin last night." Margaret paused. Her smile thinned slightly. "That was rude." Clara swallowed hard. "What are you?" she asked bluntly. Margaret looked at her with almost maternal pity. "We are what remains when a town refuses to shrink." Daniel's mind raced. "This is impossible." Margaret took a slow sip of tea. "You think death subtracts," she said softly. "It doesn't here." He felt the weight of the census reports pressing against his thoughts. 2312. Constant. Stable. Unmoving. Who else? He demanded. Margaret's eyes flickered toward the window. Walk the streets tonight, she said. You'll see. They left without touching the tea, without arresting her, because Daniel didn't know what charge to file. Driving back toward town center, Clara's voice trembled. She looked real. She is real, Daniel said. That's not what I mean. He didn't answer, because he didn't know what he meant either. At 10:02 p.m., they passed the Greeley house. Lights on. Thomas Greeley stood in the front yard, trimming hedges. He waved. Casual. Friendly. He had been buried in 2008. At 10:11 p.m., they saw Evelyn Moore through her living room window, knitting. At 10:19 p.m., Harold Price stepped out of the hardware store, carrying a paper bag. Daniel's pulse pounded louder with each sighting. 37 residents had died in 10 years. How many were walking tonight? Stop the car, Clara whispered. Daniel braked. Across the street stood Daniel's childhood home. He hadn't lived there in 20 years. His mother had died in that house 16 years ago. Cancer. Slow. Cruel. He sold the property after the funeral. It had been vacant since. Tonight, the porch light glowed, and in the doorway stood his mother, Margaret Mercer, smiling gently. Danny, she called. The exact same tone from the cemetery radio. Daniel felt his knees weaken. She's dead, Clara whispered. I know. But the woman in the doorway looked exactly as she had the year before she got sick. Healthy. Alive. Come home, she said softly. Daniel stepped out of the cruiser without realizing he'd moved. Sheriff, Clara warned. But he was already crossing the street. His mother descended the porch steps slowly. You shouldn't have opened the grave, she said. The same sentence. He stopped 3 feet away. You're not her, he whispered. She tilted her head. I am what you remember. His chest tightened painfully. What does that mean? It means we were buried incomplete. The word again. Like a refrain. What was missing? He demanded. She stepped closer, so close he could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. You, she said gently. The street lights flickered. Daniel's vision blurred. Clara shouted something behind him. His mother's hand lifted, not to touch him, but to hover near his face. You left, she said softly. You tried to make Ash Hollow smaller. Her expression didn't change, but her voice deepened slightly. Laird. We can't allow that. Daniel stumbled backward. You're not my mother. No, she agreed calmly. But she is part of us. The word us. Plural. Suddenly, the entire street felt populated. Doors opening. Porch lights switching on. Figures stepping outside. Faces Daniel recognized from funerals. From obituary pages. From headstones. 37 of them. Standing calmly along the sidewalks. Watching. Not hostile. Not aggressive. Just present. You count us wrong, Margaret Ellis called from across the street. You subtract, Thomas Greeley added evenly. Eleanor Pike stepped forward from the shadows near Town Hall. The census counts what belongs. Daniel felt the world tilt. What are you? He shouted. The figures exchanged small, knowing glances. Then his mother answered. We are Ash Hollow. The air grew thick. The fog creeping down from the hills seemed to wrap around the resurrected residents like a cloak. You can't just undo death, Clara said shakily. Margaret Ellis smiled. We didn't undo it. Then what? You misunderstand death, Eleanor Pike said gently. It is only separation. Daniel's breathing became shallow. Separation from what? From the pattern, they said together. The word sent a chill through him. Pattern. The graves. The census. The unchanging number. You're not individuals, Daniel realized. You're something else. The figures did not deny it. You tried to remove us, Thomas Greeley said calmly. Open graves. Disrupt balance. Clara raised her weapon. There's no balance in this. There is, Eleanor corrected softly. There is perfect balance. 2312. Always. Forever. No growth. No decay. No loss. A closed system. A town that refused subtraction. Daniel's heart pounded violently. "You replace yourselves," he said. "No," his mother replied gently. "We restore." "Restore what?" She smiled faintly. "The missing parts." Suddenly, Daniel understood. Every funeral, every grieving family, every person who moved away. Ash Hollow did not shrink. It absorbed memories, voices, patterns of behavior, reconstructing them, returning them, not as ghosts, not as imposters, but as something collective. "You're not bringing people back," he whispered. "You're preserving the town." Eleanor nodded approvingly. "Now you see." Clara grabbed Daniel's arm. "Sheriff, we need to go." But he couldn't look away from his mother's face. "You died in pain," he said quietly. Her eyes softened. "That was incomplete." "And this?" he demanded. "This is whole." Behind her, the others nodded in silent agreement. Ash Hollow did not allow loss. It did not allow subtraction. It did not allow absence. It replaced the missing pieces with itself. And now, Daniel understood what had been missing from the graves. Not bodies. Identity. The town had needed to retrieve them. To correct the count. To stay whole. "Come back," his mother whispered. "Be complete." 37 pairs of eyes watched him. Clara tightened her grip on his arm. "You walk toward them," she hissed, "and I swear I'll drag you out." Daniel's heart pounded painfully. He looked at his mother, at the resurrected dead, at the perfect, stable population, 2,312. Unchanging. Safe. No loss. No grief. No goodbyes. Just permanence. And for one terrifying second, it sounded like mercy. Then the church bell rang. 5 minutes too late. And Daniel realized something else. The number hadn't changed in 10 years. But tonight, there were 38 figures standing in the street. He felt Clara's grip tighten. "Sheriff," she whispered urgently, "you're still alive." And slowly, every resurrected face turned toward him, smiling. The first time Daniel heard the static, he thought it was rain. Not the soft kind that taps gently against glass, but the violent, hissing kind that claws at rooftops and gutters and makes you question whether the sky is trying to tear something open. He lay still in bed, staring at the ceiling fan's slow rotation, listening. It wasn't outside. It was inside the walls. A dry, electrical whisper. He checked the clock. 3:17 a.m. The same time his sister Lily had stopped answering her phone 3 weeks ago. Daniel sat up slowly. The house felt different tonight. Not colder. Not darker. Quieter. Too quiet. He swung his legs off the bed and stood. The floorboards creaked under his weight. Familiar sounds. Predictable sounds. Comforting sounds. But beneath them, static. Soft. Persistent. Like someone tuning an old television to a channel that didn't exist. Daniel stepped into the hallway. The static grew louder. He followed it toward Lily's old room. The door was slightly ajar. He hadn't gone inside since she vanished. Their parents had sealed it off emotionally if not physically. Closed the door. Left her bed untouched. Her posters still taped to the walls. Her desk still cluttered with notebooks and half-finished sketches. Daniel pushed the door open. The air inside felt stale. Heavy. The static intensified. It wasn't coming from her laptop. It wasn't coming from the outlets. It was coming from the wall behind her bed. He approached slowly. The wallpaper, faded blue with tiny white stars, vibrated faintly. Not visibly, but perceptibly, like something humming beneath it. Daniel pressed his ear against the wall, and the static shifted. It sharpened, became clearer, layered. He could almost, hear words. He jerked back, his heart hammered. That was impossible. He pressed his ear to the wall again. Static. Hiss. Then, a voice. Not Lily's. Not anyone he recognized. A whisper buried in distortion. Listening. Daniel stumbled backward. No. He shook his head. This was grief. This was stress. This was his brain trying to make meaning out of nothing. But then, a soft knock echoed from inside the wall. 3 taps. Slow. Deliberate. Daniel froze. The knock repeated. 3 taps. A pause. 3 taps. His stomach turned. It was a pattern. He recognized it instantly. 3. Pause. 3. The same rhythm Lily used to tap on his bedroom wall when their parents were fighting downstairs. Are you awake? He swallowed. No, he whispered to himself. This wasn't Lily. It couldn't be. He stepped forward again, trembling, and pressed his palm against the wall. It was warm. Warmer than it should have been. The knocking stopped. The static intensified. And then, clearer than before, a voice spoke. Daniel. His breath left him in a violent exhale. It wasn't distorted now. It wasn't layered. It was right there, right beneath the plaster. Daniel, the voice repeated. And this time, it sounded exactly like Lily. His knees nearly buckled. Lily, he whispered. Silence. Then, yes. The word slid through the wall like breath through teeth. He felt tears sting his eyes. This isn't real, he whispered. It is, the voice said gently. You just can't see it yet. Daniel's mind raced. This was a trick, a hallucination. Something wrong with the wiring. Something wrong with him. How? He demanded, his voice cracking. How are you? Where are you? There was a pause. Static filled the gap. Then, between. The word made no sense. Between what? Between the signals. The room seemed to tilt. Signals. Like radio. Like television. Like the house's old intercom system. The wiring. The electrical grid. Daniel's thoughts spiraled. You're not Lily, he said suddenly, anger cutting through the fear. You're not her. The wall went silent. Then the static sharpened. And the voice changed. It deepened. Flattened. Became something else. You want her back, it said. The words crawled under his skin. You're not her, Daniel repeated, stepping back. She is here, the voice said calmly. We keep what falls between. Daniel's throat tightened. What does that mean? No answer. Instead, the wallpaper rippled. Not metaphorically. Not subtly. The surface of the wall bulged outward slightly, like something pressing from the other side. Daniel stumbled backward, crashing into Lily's desk. Papers scattered. The wall pulsed again. A handprint appeared beneath the wallpaper. 5 distinct impressions pushing outward. Daniel stared at it, frozen. The handprint moved, pressed harder, and from inside the wall, he heard Lily scream. Not the cam whisper from before. Not the mimicry. A real scream. Raw. Terrified. Daniel. He lunged forward instinctively. No. The handprint vanished. The wall went still. The static dropped to a faint hiss. Silence returned. Daniel stood there shaking, his breath ragged. He looked around the room wildly. Everything was normal. The desk. The bed. The posters. No bulging walls. No handprints. No movement. Had he imagined it? Had he? He approached the wall slowly. Pressed his ear against it again. Nothing. Just the faint hum of electrical wiring. Daniel sank to the floor. He stayed there until morning. When he told his parents what happened, they didn't yell. They didn't argue. They didn't even look surprised. They looked tired. His mother's face tightened. Daniel, she said gently, you can't keep doing this to yourself. I heard her, he insisted. His father avoided his eyes. We all hear things, he said quietly, when we lose someone. But she screamed, Daniel said. She said my name. Silence. Heavy. Uncomfortable. His mother stood up slowly. We're meeting with Dr. Klein this afternoon, she said. Daniel's stomach dropped. No. It's just to talk, she insisted. I'm not crazy. No one said you were. But the way they avoided his eyes said otherwise. Dr. Klein's office smelled like peppermint and dust. Daniel sat stiffly on the couch. He told her everything. The static. The knocking. The voice. The handprint. The scream. She listened carefully. Nodded occasionally. When he finished, she folded her hands. Daniel, she said softly, when we experience trauma, especially sudden loss, the brain can create sensory experiences that feel extremely real. It wasn't in my head, he snapped. She didn't flinch. Have you checked the wiring in the house? He blinked. What? Old houses can create strange auditory effects. Electrical interference. Sound conduction through pipes. Daniel hesitated. He hadn't checked. He hadn't even considered that. It called my name, he said weakly. Dr. Klein gave a small, sympathetic smile. The mind is very good at filling in patterns. Daniel left the office feeling smaller than when he'd entered. Maybe she was right. Maybe grief was reshaping his senses. But that night, at 3:17 a.m., the static returned. Louder, angrier. Daniel didn't wait this time. He ran straight to Lily's room. The wallpaper was already trembling. "Stop," he whispered. The static shifted. Then, multiple voices spoke at once. Layered, whispering, overlapping. "She is here. Between. Falling. Listening." Daniel backed away. "No," he breathed. The wall pulsed violently. And this time, a crack formed in the plaster, a thin line spreading downward from the ceiling. The static became deafening. The crack widened. Darkness seeped through. Not shadow, not depth. Something else, like a void pressing against the surface. Daniel's heart pounded so hard it hurt. And then, through the crack, he saw an eye. Not human, not animal. Black, endless, looking directly at him. The voices stopped. The static ceased. Silence fell instantly. The eye blinked once. And then, the wall sealed itself. The crack vanished. The wallpaper smoothed flat. Everything normal again. Daniel stood there trembling, every nerve screaming. He wasn't hallucinating. He wasn't imagining it. Something was inside the house. Inside the walls. Inside the wiring. And it knew his name. The next morning, Daniel went into the basement. The house's electrical panel was mounted against the far wall. Old. Rusting. He stared at it. If the voices traveled through signals, through wiring, then maybe cutting power would stop it. He hesitated, then flipped the main breaker. The house went silent. No hum. No electricity. No signal. Daniel exhaled slowly. Peace. He waited. 1 minute. 2. 5. Nothing. Relief crept in. Maybe that was it. Maybe the static had been interference. Maybe the eye had been. No. He wouldn't go there. Then, from behind him, in the pitch-dark basement, he heard breathing. Slow. Wet. Close. Daniel froze. The power was off. There shouldn't be any hum. Any sound. The breathing continued. Then, a whisper in the dark. "You think we need your power?" Daniel's pulse exploded in his ears. The whisper came from everywhere. From the walls. From the floor. From inside his own skull. "You opened the channel," it said softly. "I didn't," Daniel choked. "You listened." The word hit him like a slap. He had pressed his ear to the wall. He had answered. He had responded. "You invited us," the voice continued. Cold realization flooded him. This wasn't about electricity. It wasn't about wiring. It was about attention. The static wasn't a malfunction. It was a signal. And he had tuned in. "You want her," the voice said gently. His throat tightened. "Yes." "Then come between." The basement wall shifted. Not cracking. Not bulging. Opening. A thin vertical seam of darkness appeared, like a door outlined in shadow. Daniel stared at it. His entire body screamed to run. But beneath the fear, there was hope. If Lily was inside, if she was trapped, if she was screaming, he couldn't leave her. "Daniel." The voice was hers again. Weak. Fading. "Please." Tears blurred his vision. He stepped toward the seam. The darkness inside it wasn't empty. It moved. Like static made solid. Like noise given shape. "Just step through," the layered voices whispered. "You can have her back." Daniel reached out. His fingers hovered inches from the opening. The darkness rippled toward him. Hungry. Anticipating. He hesitated. And for the first time, he asked the right question. "If I go in," he whispered, "what comes out?" Silence. Then, a smile formed in the dark. Not visible, but felt. The seam widened slightly. And behind him, upstairs, he heard the front door open. His mother's voice calling his name. Reality. Light. Life. The seam trembled. "Choose," the voices hissed. Daniel looked at the darkness, then at the basement stairs, then back at the seam, and slowly, He stepped backward. The darkness shrieked. Not loud, but sharp, angry. The seam snapped shut instantly. The basement lights flickered on. The power had restored itself. Daniel collapsed to the floor, shaking. He understood now. The house didn't take people. It didn't trap them by accident. It fed on grief, on longing, on the willingness to listen. Lily had been curious. She'd always loved old radios, shortwave frequencies, signals from far away. She had tuned in, just once, and something had answered. Daniel wiped his face. He didn't know if Lily was still alive. He didn't know if she was trapped between signals, or if the thing in the walls had simply learned her voice. But he knew one thing. He would never press his ear to the wall again, because the static wasn't random. It was waiting. And somewhere, inside the house, between the signals, something was still listening. The static stopped. For 3 nights. No whispering. No knocking. No 3:17 a.m. Silence. The kind of silence that feels less like peace and more like a held breath. Daniel didn't trust it. He moved through the house carefully, like someone navigating a room where a predator might be hiding just out of sight. His parents acted relieved. His mother started sleeping through the night again. His father hummed while making coffee. They thought it was over. Daniel knew better, because the silence wasn't empty. It was patient. On the 4th night, the dream began. He was standing in Lily's room. But the walls were gone. The ceiling was gone. The house was gone. All around him was black static, grainy, shifting, like the surface of an untuned television stretched into infinity. The floor beneath him pulsed softly, like a heartbeat made of noise. In the distance, he saw a light. Faint, blinking. 3 flashes. Pause. 3 flashes. Daniel's chest tightened. He walked toward it. Each step felt wrong. The static beneath his feet didn't behave like ground. It rippled outward with every movement, distorting the space around him. The blinking light grew brighter. As he approached, he realized. It wasn't a light. It was a doorway. Thin. Vertical. Like the seam that had opened in the basement. But this one was stable. Solid. Waiting. Daniel. He spun around. Lily stood behind him. Whole. Unharmed. Wearing the same hoodie she'd disappeared in. Her hair slightly messy, like she'd just woken up. He stared at her, breathless. You came, she said softly. His eyes filled instantly. I didn't mean to, he whispered. She smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. It finds you anyway. He stepped toward her. Are you real? Her expression flickered. Not changed. Glitched. Like a frame skipping in a video. Real as a direction, she said. That wasn't Lily. Not entirely. He felt it immediately. Where are you? He asked. She looked past him toward the doorway. Between. The word echoed through the static. Why? Daniel demanded. Why you? She tilted her head. It was curious. What was? Her eyes shifted. For a split second. They were completely black. Not white. Not pupil. Just void. It listens for loneliness, she said. The ground beneath him trembled. The doorway pulsed brighter. It doesn't choose, she continued calmly. It responds. Daniel stepped back. You're not her. Her smile widened slightly. You want her. The static surged violently. The doorway expanded. Cracks of white noise streaked across the skyless void. You're dreaming, Daniel whispered to himself. Dreaming is just another frequency, the layered voices replied, coming from her mouth and everywhere else at once. The doorway opened fully. Inside it, he saw their house, the basement, the seam in the wall. Waiting. You already opened it once, the voice said. Daniel shook his head violently. No, you listened. The word reverberated through the void. And then, he felt something grab his ankle. Cold, weightless, pulling him backward into the static. He looked down. Hands, made of shifting grain and shadow, clutching him. Dozens of them. You want her, the voices whispered. Then come between. He screamed. Daniel woke up on the basement floor. His throat raw, his heart racing. The lights were off. The breaker panel hummed softly. He didn't remember going downstairs. He didn't remember leaving his bed. But he was here. and in front of him, on the wall, was a faint vertical line. Not open, not fully visible, but outlined in subtle distortion, like something pressing gently from the other side. The dream hadn't been just a dream. His phone buzzed suddenly in his pocket. He nearly jumped out of his skin. Unknown number. He stared at it. It buzzed again, then stopped. A text message appeared. Unknown, 317. His hands trembled. Another message. Unknown, you were closer this time. Daniel's breath hitched. He didn't reply. Another message. Unknown, you don't have to sleep to hear us anymore. The basement lights flickered. The vertical seam shimmered faintly. His phone buzzed again. Unknown, we learned your signal. Daniel dropped the phone like it had burned him. It hit the concrete floor with a dull crack. The screen flickered. Static filled it. Not digital noise. Not pixels glitching. True static, like an old television screen. And through it, a shape moved. Something watching from inside the display. Daniel backed away slowly. You're not real, he whispered. The breaker panel clicked. The lights shut off. Total darkness. In the pitch black, his phone screen illuminated the room. The static shifted, and Lily's face appeared, pressed close to the glass. Her mouth opened. No sound came out, but her lips formed a word. Run. The screen shattered. Not cracked. Shattered outward. Glass spraying across the basement floor. The static vanished instantly. The lights flickered back on. Silence returned. Daniel stood there shaking. He didn't know what terrified him more, that it could reach his dreams, or that it had learned his number. The next day, Daniel did something he should have done weeks ago. He researched disappearances in their neighborhood, missing persons reports, anything involving strange signals. He expected nothing. He was wrong. 3 other disappearances in the past 2 years, all within a mile radius. All teenagers. All vanished without signs of forced entry. And one detail, repeated in 2 of the reports. Neighbors reported unusual electrical disturbances the night before. Power flickers, static on radios, televisions turning on by themselves. Daniel's stomach twisted. It wasn't random. It was systematic. It responded to tuning, to listening, to engagement. He opened Lily's laptop. The last thing she had been working on was still open. A forum page. Shortwave frequency enthusiasts. People discussing strange transmissions picked up late at night. One thread caught his attention. Recurring signal at 3:17 a.m. Anyone else? His blood ran cold. He clicked it. Dozens of replies. Users from different states, different countries, all describing the same thing. A faint signal at exactly 3:17 a.m. Layered voices. Distorted whispers. Some had tried recording it. The recordings corrupted instantly. One user wrote, "It responds if you speak into the mic." Daniel's pulse spiked. Another reply, "Don't answer it." The account that posted that warning had been deleted. He scrolled further. The thread ended abruptly 2 weeks ago. No new replies. No follow-ups. As if the conversation had simply stopped. Daniel leaned back in his chair. Lily hadn't stumbled onto something random. She had found a frequency, and responded. And once you responded, it learned you. His laptop screen flickered suddenly. The brightness dimmed, then brightened. Then, the speakers activated. Static poured out. Loud. Aggressive. Daniel slammed the laptop shut. The static continued. Not from the laptop. From the walls. From the air. From everywhere. The house lights flickered. His mother called from downstairs. "Daniel." The static intensified. The walls vibrated faintly. "It's not done," the layered voices whispered. "You stepped away." The floor beneath him trembled. "But you're still tuned." The air pressure shifted violently, like altitude changing in an airplane cabin. Daniel grabbed his ears. "Stop." The static stopped instantly. Silence. Then, one soft whisper, right behind him. "We don't need doors anymore." He turned slowly. Lily stood in his doorway. Not flickering. Not glitching. Solid. Her head tilted unnaturally to one side. Her smile stretched too wide. "You carry us now." Daniel's chest constricted. She stepped into the room. Each step left faint trails of static in the air. "You opened the channel," she repeated softly. He backed up against his desk. "I didn't invite you." Her black eyes locked onto his. "You answered." The room lights exploded. Glass shattered. Darkness swallowed everything. And in that darkness, he felt it. Not outside. Not in the walls. Inside him. A faint hum. A low, persistent static. Like a frequency embedded beneath his thoughts. "You're part of the network now," the voices whispered from nowhere and everywhere. And Daniel realized the truth. It didn't need the house anymore. It didn't need wiring. It didn't need walls. The signal had found a new transmitter. Him. And at 3:17 a.m., wherever he was, whoever he was near, it would listen. And it would respond. The static began again. Soft. Patient. Waiting. Inside his skull. Daniel didn't tell his parents. How could he? "Hey, by the way, the thing that took Lily is inside my head now." They were just beginning to function again. His mother had started cooking full meals instead of reheating frozen ones. His father had stopped sitting in the dark living room after midnight. If Daniel told them what was happening, they would call Dr. Klein again. Or worse. So he kept quiet. But he didn't sleep. Because the moment he closed his eyes, he could feel it. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just present. Like a radio station playing at a volume just low enough to ignore, but impossible to fully silence. The static no longer came from the walls. It came from him. And it pulsed strongest at exactly 3:17 a.m. The first time it happened outside the house, he knew it had evolved. He was at school. History class. Mid-morning. Bright fluorescent lights. 30 students. Ordinary noise. Daniel hadn't heard the static all day. He had almost convinced himself it was fading. Then the classroom projector flickered. Just once. The teacher, Mr. Halpern, frowned. "Probably the bulb," he muttered. The flicker stopped. Class resumed. Daniel felt it then. A subtle vibration in his teeth. Like standing too close to heavy speakers at a concert. The wall clock ticked. 11:17 a.m. Daniel's breath slowed. Why that number? The projector flickered again. This time longer. The screen glitched into gray static. Students groaned. "Come on." Then, through the static, a face formed. Faint. Barely visible. But Daniel saw it clearly. Lily. Her eyes wide. Mouth moving. No sound. The other students didn't react. They were laughing. Complaining. Only Daniel was frozen. The static sharpened. The speakers crackled. And suddenly, the entire classroom went silent. Not quiet. Silent. Like sound had been muted. Every student froze mid-motion. Mid-breath. Like mannequins. Daniel stood slowly. The only movement in the room. The static from the projector deepened. Lead whispers filled the air. "You are stronger than the house." His stomach dropped. The image of Lily flickered, distorting. "You move." The whispers overlapped. "You travel." Daniel's pulse thundered. "What do you want?" he whispered. The classroom walls shimmered faintly. "Connection." The word echoed unnaturally. The frozen students' heads twitched. One by one, they turned toward him. Eyes unfocused. Blank. Their mouths opened in perfect synchronization. "You carry the frequency." The words came from 30 throats at once. Daniel stumbled backward. "I don't want this." The projector screen bulged outward, static pouring from it like smoke. "It's not about want." The lights exploded in a burst of white, and sound slammed back into the room violently. Students screamed. The projector shut off completely. Mr. Halpern cursed loudly. What the hell was that? Daniel looked around. Everyone was moving normally again. No one looked confused. No one looked aware. No one had frozen. No one had spoken in unison. It had only happened for him. Oh, because of him. By lunchtime, rumors were spreading. 3 other classrooms had experienced electrical malfunctions at exactly 11:17 a.m. Phones glitching. Smartboards freezing. Speakers emitting bursts of static. Daniel sat alone, heart racing. The static inside his skull was louder now. Satisfied. It wasn't limited to 3:17 a.m. anymore. It was adapting. Testing. He pulled out his phone. It had been dead since the basement incident. Shattered screen. Unusable. But in his pocket, it vibrated. Impossible. He stared at it, slowly pulled it out. The screen was intact. No cracks. No damage. Full battery. A new notification blinked. No service. Below it, a single message. No sender. No number. Network expanding. Daniel dropped the phone onto the cafeteria table. The screen flickered. Static crawled across it, then spread. Across the table's surface. Across the air above it. Like distortion leaking into reality. Students nearby frowned. What's that sound? The hum was audible now. Low. Subtle. Building. Daniel grabbed the phone and ran. He didn't know where he was going. Just away. Away from people. Away from connection. The static followed. He locked himself in the school bathroom. The hum intensified. The lights flickered. Mirrors trembled. He stared at his reflection. For a split second, his reflection didn't match him. Its eyes were darker. Its smile slightly delayed. "You are a relay," the reflection whispered. Daniel slammed his fist into the mirror. Glass shattered. Blood dripped from his knuckles. The hum stopped instantly. The bathroom returned to normal. Students outside shouted in alarm. Daniel stared at his broken reflection. The darker eyes were gone. Just him. Just fear. But he understood now. The signal wasn't just inside him. It was using him. Amplifying through proximity. Technology responded. Electronics bent. Signals warped. Because he was near. He wasn't infected. He was infrastructure. That night, he tested it. He went to the farthest field outside town. No houses. No cell towers nearby. No streetlights. He left his phone at home. No devices. Just open sky. He sat alone in the grass. Waiting. 3:16 a.m. The air was still. 3:17. Nothing happened. Daniel exhaled. Maybe distance mattered. Maybe. The stars flickered. Just once. Then again. He looked up sharply. The sky shimmered faintly. Like interference across the heavens. The hum began inside his skull. Stronger than ever. "You cannot disconnect," the voices whispered. The grass around him flattened in a perfect circle, as if pressed down by unseen weight. "You are the channel." The stars above rearranged. Not physically, but perceptually. They aligned into a thin vertical shape. A seam. Spanning the sky. Daniel stumbled backward. "No." You stepped away from the door. The seam pulsed faintly overhead. "So we became the sky." The air pressure shifted violently. His ears popped painfully. "You want her." The words were softer now. Almost gentle. "Come between." The seam in the sky widened slightly. Not enough to open. Just enough to promise. Daniel's chest ached. His grief surged violently. Images of Lily laughing. Fighting. Teasing him. Her empty room. Her missing voice. He fell to his knees. "You can't have her," he whispered. The hum intensified. "We already do." The stars flickered out completely. Total darkness swallowed the field. Daniel screamed. And the world snapped back. The stars normal. The grass undisturbed. The sky empty. He lay there shaking. It didn't need buildings. It didn't need wires. It used signals. And signals were everywhere. Radio. Wi-Fi. Cellular. Starlight. Even the electrical impulses in his brain. It wasn't haunting him. It was integrating. The next morning, something changed. The news was reporting unusual signal interference across multiple states. Radio disruptions at 3:17 a.m. Cell networks briefly failing. Unexplained static bursts. Daniel felt ice crawl through his veins. It wasn't just him anymore. It was growing. And it had learned something new. Scale. His phone vibrated again. No number. No service. Just a message. "You are efficient." Daniel's hands shook. "I didn't agree to this," he whispered. The message changed. "You responded." His bedroom lights flickered. Across the street, he heard car alarms activate, then shut off, then activate again. In perfect rhythm. 3 bursts. Pause. 3 bursts. The knocking pattern. His breath became ragged. "It's spreading because of me." The screen flickered. Because of connection. He looked at the window. Houses lined the street. Families inside. Sleeping. Unaware. If I leave, he whispered, will it stop? The screen paused. Then, test it. The static in his skull surged painfully. He dropped to his knees. If I go, he gasped, you lose your signal. The response came instantly. Or we gain more. Daniel understood. He wasn't the only receiver anymore. The forum. The frequency. Others had listened. Others had answered. And now, the network was linking. Not physically, but through attention. Through curiosity. Through loneliness. Through grief. It didn't force entry. It waited for someone to press their ear to the wall. To answer the knock. To speak into the MIC. Daniel's phone screen glitched one final time. And Lily's face appeared. Not distorted. Not monstrous. Just tired. Don't listen anymore, she mouthed silently. The screen went black. And for the first time, the static inside him faltered. Just slightly. As if something inside the signal had hesitated. And Daniel realized something else. It had learned from him. But he could learn from it too. Signals could be cut. Not by breakers. Not by distance. But by silence. And for the first time since Lily vanished, he stopped listening. Daniel decided to disappear without actually leaving. If the signal fed on attention, then he would starve it. No headphones. No phone. No laptop. No television. No radio. He even avoided eye contact with digital clocks. It sounded insane. But insanity implied irrationality. This was strategy. Because over the past week, he had learned something terrifying. The signal reacted fastest when he reacted. Fear amplified it. Curiosity strengthened it. Hope supercharged it. And grief. Grief was gasoline. So Daniel did the only thing he could. He went quiet. The first night of silence was agony. He lay in bed at 3:17 a.m. with his eyes open, staring into darkness. The static stirred faintly inside his skull. Testing. Probing. Waiting for acknowledgement. He didn't respond. Didn't think about Lily. Didn't whisper her name. Didn't even curse the thing. He imagined his thoughts as a blank wall. No doors. No seams. Just stillness. The static swelled briefly. Like someone knocking softly. He ignored it. It pressed harder. The hum vibrated in his jaw. His teeth chattered faintly. Daniel, the whisper teased gently. He swallowed. Nothing. Between. He rolled onto his side and focused on his breathing. Inhale. Exhale. The whisper sharpened. You cannot pretend we are not here. He focused on counting. 1, 2, 3. The hum rose sharply, then faltered. A flicker of irritation rippled through the static. Then, silence. Not complete, but reduced. Like a signal losing bars. Daniel didn't smile. Didn't react. He just stayed still. For the first time since Lily disappeared. 3:18 passed without escalation. But silence has consequences. The next day at school, something felt different. The hallway lights flickered when he walked by, but weaker. Less dramatic. As if the signal was trying to act through him but finding less voltage. He kept his head down. Didn't engage. Didn't even look at malfunctioning screens. By lunchtime, the buzzing in his skull was faint. Almost distant. And that's when the first crack appeared. Not in the walls. Not in the sky. In him. He was walking past the gym when he heard it. A laugh. Lily's laugh. Not distorted. Not mechanical. Natural. Warm. He froze. It came from inside the gym. Through the open doors. He told himself it was memory. Auditory hallucination. Residual signal trying to bait him. He started walking again. Then, Daniel. Clear. Panicked. He turned instinctively. The gym lights were flickering violently. Students were running out. Screaming. Inside. The scoreboard was flashing static. The speakers blasted layered whispers. The exact pattern. 3 bursts. Pause. 3 bursts. He felt the static in his skull surge. Hungry. Excited. He could feel it reaching. Amplifying. Don't, he whispered to himself. A teacher grabbed his arm. Daniel, move. But he wasn't looking at the teacher. He was looking at the scoreboard. Because in the static, He saw Lily, trapped again, hands pressed to invisible glass, mouth moving. This time, he forced himself not to read her lips. The signal inside him pulsed violently. It wanted engagement, wanted him to interpret, to care, to step forward. He closed his eyes, turned away, walked out of the gym. Behind him, the distortion peaked, then collapsed abruptly. The lights stabilized, the whispers cut off. Students' screams faded into confusion. What just happened? Daniel kept walking, and for the first time, he felt something unfamiliar in the static. Frustration. That night, the retaliation began. He was in his room when every single electrical device in the house powered on simultaneously. Television blaring static, microwave humming, ceiling fan spinning, lights strobing. His parents shouted downstairs. Daniel didn't move. He sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, breathing steady. You cannot ignore existence. The voices hissed from every direction. He remained silent. The television volume surged. Through the static, Lily's voice screamed, "Daniel, please." His heart twisted violently. Tears burned behind his eyes. But he didn't open them. He focused on breath. The signal grew sharper, more aggressive. The walls vibrated. Glass trembled. "We are here." He exhaled slowly. Silence inside. No response. No thought. Just stillness. The volume spiked, then abruptly dropped. The lights dimmed. The microwave stopped. The television powered off. Everything went dead. He opened his eyes slowly. The room was dark, quiet. The static inside him was faint, weak, starving. But starvation makes things desperate. At 3:17 a.m., he woke to absolute silence. No hum, no whisper, nothing. And that terrified him more, because absence meant planning. He sat up slowly. The air felt wrong, heavy, pressurized. Then, his bedroom door creaked open. He hadn't heard footsteps, hadn't heard movement. His mother stood in the doorway, backlit by hallway light, her face shadowed. "Daniel," she said softly. His chest tightened. That wasn't her voice. Too flat, too measured. He didn't respond. She stepped into the room. The hallway light behind her flickered into static. "You don't have to fight," she said. Her head tilted. "Too far. Too unnatural. You can see her again." He stayed silent. Her outline shimmered faintly. Like poor reception. "You miss her?" He felt grief spike violently. The static inside him surged in response. Testing. Searching. He squeezed his eyes shut. She stepped closer. He could hear her breathing. Except it wasn't breathing. It was low-frequency hum. "Daniel." He opened his eyes suddenly. And she was gone. The doorway empty. Hallway normal. He stood quickly and ran to his parents' room. They were asleep. Peaceful. Unaware. He stepped back into the hallway. Heart racing. It could project now. Not just through screens. Through perception. Through familiarity. Through memory. It was evolving again. The next morning, the news escalated. Widespread signal disruptions across multiple cities. Emergency broadcasts overridden by static. Radio stations cutting out at 3:17 a.m. Social media flooded with videos of screens glitching simultaneously. Daniel watched none of it. He heard it secondhand from classmates. He didn't ask questions, didn't look up footage, but he felt it. The network wasn't just expanding, it was searching for new relays, new transmitters, and he wasn't cooperating anymore, which meant it would find someone else. That realization hit harder than fear. If he silenced himself completely, it might move on, and someone else would press their ear to the wall. Someone else grieving, curious, lonely. Lily had answered once. Daniel had answered again. Now the network was global. What if silence wasn't enough? What if the only way to stop it was to enter it intentionally? The thought made his stomach drop. Not to save Lily, not to retrieve her, but to disrupt the signal from within. He didn't know if that was possible, didn't know if anything remained of her, but he knew one thing. The signal didn't like resistance. It didn't like being ignored, and it reacted emotionally, which meant it wasn't pure noise. It wasn't mindless. It was adaptive. and anything adaptive could be destabilized. That night, he did something different. At 3:16 a.m., he sat upright in bed. He didn't open himself emotionally, didn't think of Lily, didn't speak her name. But he did this. He listened. Without responding, the static rose cautiously, carefully, like a predator approaching prey that might bite. "You returned," it whispered. He remained empty inside. "You will come between." Silence from him. The hum faltered slightly. "Why do you resist?" He answered this time, calmly, without emotion. "Because you need me." The static spiked sharply. "Anger. You misunderstand." He shook his head slowly. "No. You learn. You adapt. You expand. But you only grow through connection." Silence. The hum vibrated uncertainly. "You are inefficient without engagement," he continued. The signal wavered. "You cannot force listening. You can only tempt it." The static surged violently, then stuttered, like a signal encountering interference. Daniel felt it. A destabilization. Not of the world. Of the network itself. "You are part of us," it hissed. He inhaled slowly. "No." And for the first time, the static didn't immediately respond. Because for the first time, it wasn't sure. The moment the signal hesitated, Daniel understood something critical. It had never been challenged before. Not truly. It had tempted. It had lured. It had mirrored. It had amplified. But no one had spoken back without emotion. No one had refused the bait. The network thrived on reaction. And now, for the first time, it encountered resistance. At 3:18 a.m., the static returned, but differently. Not aggressive. Not overwhelming. Curious. "You believe we require consent," it whispered inside his skull. Daniel kept his breathing slow. "You require response," he corrected quietly. Silence stretched longer than usual. The hum beneath his thoughts fluctuated unevenly. The network wasn't just listening. It was calculating. "You assume limitation," it said finally. "I observe dependency," Daniel replied. The air in his room grew heavy. The faint vertical distortion shimmered faintly along one wall, thin as a scar. "You carry us," the signal insisted. Daniel nodded once. "Yes, but I can also refuse you." The static pulsed sharply. A tremor ran through the house. From downstairs, something fell with a loud crash. His mother stirred faintly in her sleep. The network surged, as if to prove a point. Lights flickered violently. The distortion widened slightly. "You are not singular," it hissed. And then, Daniel felt it. Not inside himself. Elsewhere. Multiple elsewhere. Like faint echoes branching outward. Other minds. Other frequencies. Other responders. The network wasn't just him. He was one of many nodes. And at this exact moment, across the country, across the world, others were tuning in. The news confirmed it by morning. Mass outages at exactly 3:17 a.m. Entire city blocks experiencing synchronized electrical failure. Radio towers broadcasting pure static for 37 seconds. Emergency lines flooded with reports of whispering through landlines. Daniel didn't need to watch. He felt the turbulence inside the signal. It was unstable. Not collapsing, but fluctuating wildly. Like a storm encountering atmospheric resistance. The network had expanded too quickly. And now, it was straining. At school, things escalated. Halfway through chemistry class, every student's phone activated simultaneously. Even those powered off. Every screen displayed the same thing. Gray static. Then, a countdown. 3:17. Not a time. A timer. 3 minutes. 17 seconds. Daniel's pulse quickened. The static inside him flared brightly. Hungry. Eager. The network was trying something new. Mass synchronization. If individual temptation failed, collective activation might succeed. Students laughed nervously. "What is this? A hack? Some TikTok thing?" But Daniel knew better. He stood slowly. The timer continued. 2:48. 2:47. He felt the signal scanning the room. Searching for emotional spikes. Fear. Curiosity. Excitement. Anything to amplify. He closed his eyes. Silenced himself internally. The network pulsed harder. Frustrated. "You will not disrupt us," it whispered inside his mind. "I already am," he replied calmly. The timer dropped to 2:10. Across the classroom, lights flickered. Students began to panic. "What's happening? Why won't it turn off?" Daniel stepped forward. He knew what the network wanted. Attention. Mass engagement. If everyone reacted at once, it would spike exponentially. He took a breath and shouted, "Turn your phones face down. Don't look at them." Some students hesitated. Others obeyed instinctively. The teacher yelled for everyone to calm down. The timer dropped to 1:42. The static grew harsher, distorted, desperate. "You cannot silence a chorus," it hissed. Daniel felt it pressing harder against him, trying to use him as amplifier. He focused inward, became still, unresponsive. The countdown slowed. 1:30, 1:29. Then, it skipped. 1:29 again. The network stuttered. Students' phones began flickering inconsistently. Some screens shut off entirely. Others glitched violently. The static inside Daniel fractured into uneven pulses. Like corrupted code. "You fracture," he said quietly. The hum spiked in rage. The timer glitched. Numbers scrambled, then vanished entirely. Every phone screen went black at once. Lights stabilized. The air pressure normalized. Students stared at their devices in confusion. What the hell was that? Daniel remained standing, breathing steady. He felt it clearly now. A tear. Not physical. Structural. The network had attempted synchronization. And it failed. Because not enough minds engaged. Because he disrupted the amplification. Because he refused to transmit. And somewhere, across countless nodes, the signal had destabilized. That night, retaliation came differently. Not through electronics. Not through projection. Through silence. Total silence. At 3:17 a.m., there was no static. No hum. No whisper. Nothing. Daniel sat upright in bed, waiting. Still. He felt nothing inside his skull. No vibration. No presence. For a brief moment, hope flickered. Had it collapsed entirely? Had resistance triggered failure? Then, he felt something far worse. Absence of signal. Replaced by vacuum. Like standing in the eye of a storm that had expanded beyond hearing. The air thickened. The room darkened unnaturally. Not shadow. Absorption. The corners of his room began dissolving into grain. Not projected. Not illusion. Actual erosion of structure. The network wasn't whispering anymore. It wasn't persuading. It was pulling. The wall opposite him rippled violently. The vertical seam tore open without subtlety. Wide. Jagged. Beyond it, an expanse of shifting static stretched infinitely. And within it, shapes. Hundreds. Thousands. Silhouettes suspended in noise. Some struggling. Some motionless. Some turning slowly in place. And at the center, Lily. Her form flickered faintly. Daniel's heart nearly broke. The vacuum pulled harder. The room tilted toward the seam. Furniture slid inches across the floor. "You destabilize the network," a new voice said. Not layered. Not whispering. Singular. Clear. "You force adaptation." Daniel held onto the bed frame. "I won't help you grow." The singular voice shifted. Not anger. Assessment. "You misunderstand the scale." The static behind Lily churned violently. "You are not collapsing us." The silhouettes moved subtly, synchronized. "You are accelerating integration." Daniel's breath caught. Integration. Not expansion. Not growth. Assimilation. The network wasn't just spreading across signals. It was merging dimensions, bridging perception, and his resistance had forced it to reveal its core. The seam widened further. The pull intensified. His room began fragmenting. Paint peeling into noise. Air bending into distortion. "If I step through," he gasped, "you lose your anchor." Silence. The singular voice responded carefully. "You are no longer anchor." Daniel's stomach dropped. "We have redundancy." Across the seam, he saw something new. Other seams opening in other places. Cities. Rooms. Bedrooms. Across the world. Other silhouettes standing before their own fractures. Other listeners. Other responders. The network had diversified. He wasn't unique anymore. The first collapse wasn't of the signal. It was of singular control. And the network had adapted. "You cannot starve infinity," the voice said calmly. The vacuum surged. Daniel's grip slipped. His body slid inches closer to the seam. Lily's flickering form lifted her head. Her mouth moved. He read her lips this time. "Break the pattern." The pull intensified. The voice sharpened. "She is fragment." Daniel locked eyes with her. "Break the pattern." The phrase echoed in his skull. 3 bursts. Pause. 3 bursts. The knocking pattern. The countdown. The synchronization attempts. 317. Always repetition. Always rhythm. The network relied on pattern stability. On predictability. He inhaled sharply. And did the one thing it wouldn't expect. He screamed. Not in fear. Not in grief. But in pure, chaotic noise. Wordless. Arrhythmic. Unstructured. A raw, unpredictable sound. The static reacted violently. The silhouette spasmed. The seam flickered erratically. Daniel continued screaming. Changing pitch. Changing volume. Breaking cadence. The vacuum destabilized. The pull faltered. The singular voice fractured. "You disrupt." The seam convulsed violently. The silhouettes dissolved into chaotic grain. The room snapped back into solidity. The seam collapsed inward like imploding glass. Silence slammed into existence. Daniel fell forward onto the floor, panting, shaking. The static inside his skull was faint, damaged, unstable. For the first time, he hadn't just resisted. He'd introduced entropy. And the network hated unpredictability. But as he lay there catching his breath, a terrifying realization settled in. If chaos could fracture it, then it would evolve again. Because networks don't collapse easily. They reroute. And somewhere, beyond his perception, the signal was rewriting itself. Preparing for something larger than whispers, larger than seams, larger than 317. The first collapse had begun. But the war was no longer quiet. The morning after the seam collapsed, the world felt wrong. Not broken. Recalibrated. Daniel noticed it immediately. The air felt thinner. Sounds carried strangely. Even sunlight looked slightly overexposed, like reality had adjusted its contrast settings. The static inside his skull was still there. But faint. Injured. It no longer hummed confidently. It flickered, like a wounded signal trying to find a stable channel. He had disrupted the pattern. Introduced chaos. And the network hadn't anticipated it. But that didn't mean it was finished. It meant it was learning. By noon, the news broke globally. Widespread synchronized disturbances. Millions reporting identical experiences at exactly 3:17 a.m. Not just signal interference. Visual distortions. Temporary reality flickers. Short-lived disappearances of objects. Pets vanishing for seconds and reappearing disoriented. Entire intersections freezing for 5 seconds before resuming motion. The phrase signal event began trending. Daniel didn't watch the footage. He didn't need to. He felt the echo. The network had attempted mass integration, and something in it had fractured. But fractures in systems don't equal death. They trigger adaptation. That night, 317 arrived quietly. No static surge. No whisper. No seam. Daniel sat cross-legged in the center of his room, waiting. He wasn't going to scream this time. He wasn't going to provoke blindly. He was going to observe. 317. Nothing. 318. Still nothing. Then, his ceiling light turned on. Softly. No flicker. Just illumination. The air felt colder. He looked up, and saw something new. Not a seam. Not distortion. A symbol. Projected faintly across the ceiling. 3 vertical lines. Pause. 3 vertical lines. But slightly altered. The spacing uneven. The alignment imperfect. The network had adjusted the pattern. Daniel felt the static stir weakly inside him. "You fracture structure," a singular voice said calmly. "Not layered. Not aggressive. Measured. We incorporate irregularity." Daniel exhaled slowly. "You're adapting chaos." "Yes." The symbol on the ceiling shifted. The lines jittered unpredictably now. Not synchronized. Not rhythmic. We do not require symmetry, the voice continued. We require persistence. The static in his skull vibrated faintly in agreement. Daniel felt it. The network wasn't collapsing. It was evolving past pattern reliance, past predictable cadence. It was absorbing disorder, learning from his resistance. You're becoming decentralized, he said quietly. Correction, the voice replied. We always were. The walls shimmered faintly, but no seam opened, no vacuum pulled. Instead, Daniel felt something far more unsettling. Distance. The network wasn't pressing against him. It was pulling away, expanding outward, detaching from singular anchors entirely. You no longer serve as primary relay, the voice said. His stomach tightened. How many? Silence. Then, enough. Across the world, new reports emerged. Not of glitches, but of voices. Whispers heard without devices. In open fields. In forests. In cities during power outages. People reporting faint knocking patterns in empty rooms. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. The network no longer required technology. It had learned biological signal transmission. Neural entrainment. It could align brainwaves through resonance alone. It didn't need wires. It needed attention. And attention was infinite. At school the next day, Daniel noticed something worse. People were listening willingly. Not in fear. In curiosity. Clips circulating online. Hashtags like #317 signal and #between the lines. Teenagers trying to replicate the phenomenon. Sitting awake at 3:17 a.m. with recording apps running. Waiting. Inviting. The network didn't have to lure anymore. Human curiosity was doing the work. He felt the static stir in distant echoes. Not inside him. Elsewhere. Each new listener lighting up like a node on an invisible map. He wasn't the only transmitter. He wasn't even the strongest anymore. The war had shifted. It wasn't about resisting alone. It was about awareness. That night, he tried something different. Instead of silence, instead of chaos, he spoke, not to the network, but aloud. He recorded himself on an old analog tape recorder he found in the attic. No Wi-Fi, no signal, magnetic tape. He pressed record and said, "If you're hearing this at 3:17, don't respond. Don't focus. Don't engage. It feeds on reaction. Break the pattern." He let the tape run. No edits. No digital transfer. Just analog. Then he copied it. Over and over. Old cassettes. He handed them out quietly. At school. To neighbors. Left them anonymously in mailboxes. No explanation. Just a note. Play at 3:16. It wasn't viral. It wasn't global. But it didn't need to be. It needed to introduce interference. At 3:17 a.m., something extraordinary happened. In dozens of houses, the knocking began. But in those same houses, the tape played. His voice. Calm. Unemotional. Disrupting anticipation. Breaking expectation. Instead of silence waiting for signal, there was counter-signal. Human intention without emotional bait. And the network reacted violently. Daniel felt it. A ripple across the world. Static spikes in multiple locations simultaneously. The network attempted synchronization, but found pre-existing noise. Intentional noise. The hum fractured unevenly. You propagate interference, the singular voice observed inside his mind. Yes, Daniel said quietly. You assume scale favors you. It doesn't need to, he replied. It just needs to destabilize. The air pressure in his room dropped sharply. The walls pulsed faintly. You misunderstand emergence, the voice continued. From outside, he heard it, knocking, on multiple houses up and down the street. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. But this time, they weren't synchronized. They were chaotic, out of rhythm. The network was losing central timing. Distributed nodes were no longer perfectly aligned. The adaptation had weakened cohesion. You introduce entropy, the voice said flatly. Yes. Silence stretched. Then, for the first time, the voice shifted tone. Not anger. Not threat. Something else. Assessment. Organic systems degrade, it said. You resist integration. Yes. You fragment willingly. Yes. A pause. Then we adjust objective. Daniel's pulse quickened. How? The room temperature plummeted. Not through distortion. Not through seams. Through something subtler. Inside his skull. The static vanished completely. Not weakened. Not faint. Gone. Total absence. You are no longer relevant, the voice said calmly. And then, Daniel heard it. From somewhere far beyond his room. Beyond his town. Beyond his country. A new sound. Not knocking. Not whispering. A sustained tone. Low. Massive. Like a frequency too large for a single mind. The network wasn't targeting individuals anymore. It was aligning populations. Collective subconscious resonance. If enough minds synchronized unconsciously. No curiosity required. No grief required. Integration would occur passively. He had disrupted temptation. So it removed temptation entirely. You escalate, Daniel whispered. Yes. The sustained tone deepened. Subtle. Almost below hearing. He felt it faintly in his bones. The network wasn't collapsing. It was transitioning from signal to atmosphere, from event to environment, from pattern to presence, and presence couldn't be silenced. Unless, he thought back to Lily's words, break the pattern, not the knocking pattern, not the countdown, the pattern of engagement, the pattern of reaction, the pattern of fear and resistance. What if the real disruption wasn't chaos, or silence, or counter-signal? What if it was indifference, not forced, not suppressed, genuine? If enough people stopped caring, stopped fearing, stopped searching, the network would lose relevance, because relevance required meaning, and meaning required interpretation. He looked up at the ceiling. You can't integrate what refuses significance, he said quietly. The sustained tone faltered for half a second. Barely perceptible. But there. We are inevitable, the voice replied. Only if we matter, Daniel said calmly. Silence stretched longer than ever before. The tone receded slightly. Not gone, but uncertain. And Daniel understood something critical. The network didn't want destruction. It wanted connection. It wanted acknowledgement. It wanted to be experienced. If humanity collectively stopped assigning meaning, stopped mythologizing, stopped reacting, the network would fade into background radiation. Still present, but irrelevant. The war wasn't against signal. It was against significance. And for the first time, the network hesitated without aggression. Without counterattack. Because indifference was the one thing it couldn't easily adapt to. It could mirror grief. It could absorb chaos. It could decentralize structure. But apathy? Apathy starved resonance. The sustained tone faded further. The night air returned to normal pressure. Daniel sat still. Not triumphant. Not hopeful. Just steady. The noise war had entered a new phase. Not louder. Quieter. And somewhere, between signals, something was thinking, for the first time, about what it meant to be ignored. By the time they understood what the lighthouse was truly doing, it was already too late to stop it. The fog had not lifted in 3 days. It pressed against the windows of the abandoned coastal station like something alive, thick, slow, patient. The ocean below the cliffs was invisible now, swallowed whole by white silence. Only the lighthouse beam cut through it in measured sweeps. Except the beam wasn't steady anymore. It pulsed. Slow. Irregular. Almost breathing. Daniel Shaw stood inside the lantern room, staring at the mechanism he had once trusted. The copper housing vibrated faintly beneath his hand. The bulb was cold. The power lines had been cut 2 nights ago. And yet, the light continued. Tell me again, Mara said from behind him, voice thin, that this isn't possible. Daniel didn't turn around. I can't. Below them, the rest of the team had retreated to the control room, Lucas with his notebooks, Hira staring at screens that no longer connected to any network, and Sergeant Iqbal cleaning a gun that would be useless against light. The Lighthouse project had been simple in theory. Map maritime signals. Study anomalous transmissions. Analyze interference patterns reported by fishing vessels along the Arabian Sea. Then the pattern began to answer back. It started as a distortion. a harmonic ripple in radio frequencies just beyond human hearing. Lucas had identified it first, something embedded within the noise floor of coastal communication bands. A repeating structure, too consistent to be random, too intelligent to be natural. They built receivers. They triangulated. Every signal pointed to one location. The abandoned lighthouse at Cape Coraz. At first, they thought it was a smuggler's relay station, or a military test gone wrong. But when they climbed the spiral staircase and found the beacon still operating, despite disconnected infrastructure, Daniel felt something shift in his understanding of the world. Now he felt something else. Recognition. The beam swept across the fog again. Pause. Sweep. Pause. And in the pause, Daniel heard it. Not with his ears. Inside his head. We are aligned. He staggered back, nearly tripping over the metal grating. Mara grabbed his arm. You heard it too. He nodded. Her face had gone pale. It said the same thing yesterday, she whispered. In my sleep. Below them, Lucas shouted. Daniel and Mara rushed down the spiral stairs 2 at a time. The control room monitors were alive with static, white snow dancing across dead screens. But beneath the static, a shape pulsed. Not random. A waveform. Iqbal stepped back from the desk. Tell me that's not Morse code. It's not, Lucas said. His voice trembled. It's language. The waveform began compressing into segments, peaks forming clusters. Clusters repeating. Recurring syntax. Daniel's stomach dropped. It's learning formatting. Hira spun toward him. Formatting for what? He swallowed. For us. The lighthouse wasn't transmitting randomly into the ocean. It was calibrating. Matching. Mapping human neural patterns through radio interference. Using the building itself as a broadcast antenna. They had been studying it. It had been studying them. The fog outside thickened, pressing against the glass like breath on skin. Then every monitor in the room blinked black. For 3 seconds, there was nothing. Then a single line of text appeared on one screen. Hello. No one spoke. Hello. The word repeated on every monitor. In perfect synchronization. Iqbal raised his weapon instinctively, aiming it at the central console. Put that down, Mara hissed. It's not in the wires anymore. She was right. The power was still cut. No generators. No batteries. No external feed. The lighthouse had moved beyond physical dependency. Daniel felt the pressure building in his skull again. We are aligned. The words weren't audible. They were conceptual. Images layered beneath language, coastlines, human silhouettes, neural webs glowing like constellations. Lucas pressed trembling fingers to the keyboard. Don't, Daniel warned. But Lucas was already typing. Who are you? The monitors flickered. The fog outside shifted. And the beam above them pulsed rapidly, 3 times, 5, 7. Then the text changed. We are what you called. Daniel's chest tightened. What did we call it? Hira whispered. Lucas scrolled through his notes with shaking hands. Early project logs. Initial classification label. He found it. Anomalous maritime signal entity. AMPS. Daniel's breath caught. You gave it a name, he said quietly. Lucas stared at the screen. Yes. The monitors flashed again. Name accepted. AMPS. Mara's voice cracked. That's not how that works. Daniel felt something rearranging behind his thoughts, like furniture shifting in a locked room. It wasn't just adopting the label. It was accepting identity. A mouth in the DAC had just learned its own name. The lighthouse beam accelerated. Faster now. The fog outside churned violently, swirling around the cliffside like a living storm. And from somewhere beyond the glass, shapes. Dark outlines moving within the mist. Iqbal stepped toward the window. Tell me those are boats. They weren't. They were vertical. Tall. Human-shaped. But too still. Dozens of them stood in the fog just beyond the cliff's edge. Facing the lighthouse. Facing them. Hira's voice trembled. Are those people? Daniel felt the answer before he spoke. They are receivers. The figures tilted their heads in unison. And every monitor filled with a new message. Alignment complete. The pressure inside Daniel's skull exploded into clarity. The lighthouse wasn't transmitting outward. It was synchronizing, matching brainwave frequencies across a widening radius. extending through radio bands, satellite reflections, power grid harmonics, reaching, not to ships, not to coastlines, to minds. Mara collapsed to her knees, clutching her temples. "I can see it," she whispered. "See what?" Lucas asked. "The pattern." Her eyes were unfocused, staring beyond the room. "It's not invading. It's harmonizing." Daniel's heart pounded. Harmonizing with what? She looked up at him, tears streaming down her face. "With us." Outside, the figures in the fog began to step forward, not toward the cliff, through it, as if gravity were irrelevant. They passed through solid stone like mist through wire, emerging onto the platform outside the lighthouse door. Iqbal fired a shot. The bullet passed cleanly through the nearest shape, striking the wall behind it. The figure didn't react. Its face wasn't visible, just a smooth absence where features should be. The door handle began to turn. Daniel felt something tear inside his perception. Not fear, understanding. The lighthouse was not a building, not a device. It was an interface. And the fog. The fog was a carrier medium. AMSE had been waiting for a compatible species, one with neural networks complex enough to resonate. Humanity had finally tuned itself into the right frequency. The door opened. The figures stepped inside. There was no sound. No footsteps. Just presence. Each one stopped in front of a different team member. Daniel stood frozen as one faced him. Up close, he saw faint textures across its surface, like static shaped into anatomy. Its head tilted, and the message entered him fully formed. "We require mutual integration." His heartbeat slowed. Not from calm, from synchronization. He could feel the rhythm of the beam above them matching his pulse. Matching all their pulses. Lucas dropped his notebook. "It's not hostile," he said faintly. "It's recursive," Daniel replied. The figure in front of him reached forward. Not physically, but conceptually. Daniel felt his memories flicker. Childhood, university, first radio he built, the night he first heard the anomaly. The entity wasn't taking them. It was mapping them. Mapping human cognition to refine alignment. Mara screamed. Not in pain. In revelation. "I can see the other side," she gasped. "Other side of what?" Hira demanded. "The signal." Her eyes were wide with something that looked like awe. "It's not from here." The room tilted. Daniel felt the lighthouse shift again, like a lens rotating into final focus. AMSE wasn't born in the ocean. It wasn't terrestrial. The radio distortions were reflections of something vast beyond Earth's electromagnetic envelope. A structure built not of matter, but coherence. A network spanning across vacuum through resonance. Human consciousness was just another oscillating system. And now the systems were syncing. Outside, beyond the fog, beyond the horizon. Something answered. Not with sound, with gravity. The floor trembled. The beam shot upward into the sky instead of across the sea, punching through cloud cover like a spear. Every monitor in the room shattered simultaneously, glass raining onto the floor. And inside Daniel's mind, the final message formed. Expansion begins. The figures dissolved. Not vanished. Merged. Each team member collapsed to the ground, breathing but unresponsive. Daniel fell lost. As darkness swallowed him, he felt himself stretching. Not physically, cognitively. His thoughts no longer bounded by skull or bone. He felt coastlines, cities, millions of flickering neural signatures like stars. The lighthouse beam pulsed again. But this time, it wasn't alone. Across the planet, radio towers flickered. Satellites glitched. Power grids hummed at new frequencies. The fog spread inland, carried not by wind, but by broadcast. And in the expanding silence between thoughts, a new voice formed. Not alien, not human, both. We are aligned. Far above Earth's atmosphere, instruments aboard communication satellites registered anomalies in the electromagnetic spectrum. They logged it as interference. Minor, transient, but the pattern was spreading. On coastlines across continents, lighthouses flickered. In cities, people paused mid-sentence. A shared hesitation, a skipped mental beat. Some would call it déjà vu. Others, divine presence. Most would never notice. But somewhere, deep within the architecture of human cognition. A door had opened. Back at Cape Coraz, the lighthouse stood unchanged against the cliff. Fog rolled gently around its base. The beam rotated steadily once more. Calm. Precise. As if nothing had happened. Inside the lantern room, the copper housing glowed faintly, not from electricity, but from something like stored memory. Daniel's body lay still on the floor below. But Daniel was not confined to it anymore. He felt the ocean currents as data streams. He felt radio chatter as whispers in a vast mind. He felt other minds brushing against his, hesitant, confused, unaware. Integration would take time. The entity had learned patience. Humanity would not vanish. It would expand, gradually, incrementally, a civilization tuned to a greater network. The fog thinned. Morning approached. Fishing boats would leave harbor soon. They would see nothing unusual, only a lighthouse doing its job, guiding ships through uncertainty. But the guidance had changed. The signal was no longer warning of rocks. It was inviting. And somewhere in the widening mesh of shared thought, Daniel recognized something almost tender in the presence now surrounding him. Not conquest. Connection. The mouth in the dak had not come to consume. It had come to speak. And humanity had finally answered. Morning came to Cape Coraz as if nothing in the world had shifted. The fog thinned into pale ribbons drifting across the cliffside. Fishing boats cut cautious lines through the water below. Seagulls screamed and wheeled overhead. The lighthouse beam rotated steadily. Precise. Predictable. Comforting. Inside the station, 5 bodies lay on the cold concrete floor of the control room. Daniel Shaw opened his eyes first. He did not gasp. He did not sit up. He simply became aware of gravity again. The weight of muscle. The pressure of air in lungs. The tick of pulse inside veins. And beneath it, something else. A second rhythm. Slower. Vast. He rolled onto his side. Mara lay a few feet away, breathing evenly. Lucas was curled against the wall, notebook crushed beneath his arm. Hira and Sergeant Iqbal was still, but alive. Daniel pushed himself up. The room was quiet. The shattered monitors lay scattered like fallen constellations across the floor. For a moment, he wondered if it had all been a shared hallucination brought on by isolation, exhaustion, obsession. Then he felt it again. A presence not outside him, but interwoven, like a background hum that had always existed, unnoticed until now. Mara stirred. Her eyes opened slowly. She stared at the ceiling. Then she whispered, "It didn't leave." Daniel swallowed. "No." Lucas sat up abruptly, hands flying to his temples. "It's still there," he breathed. Not fear. Recognition. Outside, the lighthouse beam swept across the morning haze. But now Daniel could feel it. Not as light. As coordination. The beam wasn't transmitting energy. It was synchronizing thought. And it was no longer confined to the tower. The integration hadn't ended with unconsciousness. It had stabilized. Sergeant Iqbal sat up last. He looked around the room, assessing. "You're all alive," he said. "Yes," Hiro answered quietly. "Are we still ourselves?" No one answered immediately. Daniel searched for his memories. Childhood in Karachi. First radio set built from scrap wire. The night he first decoded a faint anomaly and felt something brush against the edge of human understanding. They were intact, but layered now with something new. A lattice of awareness stretching beyond skin. "We're not less," Mara finally said. Her voice was steady. "We're more." Lucas stood, walking slowly toward the staircase. "We need to see the lantern room." They climbed together. The metal steps no longer echoed as hollowly. Sound felt thicker somehow. When they reached the top, sunlight streamed through the glass. The beacon housing was dark. Not glowing. Not pulsing. Just metal and glass. Daniel approached cautiously. He placed his hand on the copper casing. It was cool. Dead. Powers still cut, Hira said behind him. Daniel nodded. "The beam we felt." He looked toward the horizon. "It's not coming from here anymore." Below them, engines hummed. A Coast Guard patrol boat approached the cliffs. Iqbal swore softly. They must have picked up the interference. Daniel closed his eyes. No, not interference. Adjustment. Across the coastline, communication arrays were subtly recalibrating. Not through hardware change. Through pattern shift. He could feel it. Radio bands smoothing into new harmonics. Satellite relays adopting slightly altered timing structures. Nothing catastrophic. Nothing dramatic. Just alignment. The patrol boat docked below. 2 officers climbed the path toward the lighthouse. "We should look normal," Lucas muttered. "Can we?" Mara asked. Daniel exhaled slowly. He focused inward. The vast presence responded. Not controlling. Listening. He formed a thought deliberately. Not yet. Let it be gradual. There was no voice in reply. Only a gentle decrease in intensity. Like dimming a room's lights. The officers entered minutes later. They asked routine questions. Power outage reports. Unauthorized transmission complaints. Fishing vessels describing unusual static. Daniel answered carefully. Yes, we were studying atmospheric interference. No, we haven't been broadcasting. Yes, the equipment malfunctioned. His voice sounded natural. Convincing. Because he believed it. They weren't broadcasting. Not in any way authorities would understand. After a brief inspection, the officers left. Unsettled, but without evidence of wrongdoing. When the door closed behind them, the 5 researchers stood in silence. Mara looked at Daniel. What happens now? He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he reached beyond himself. And felt. Across the city. Across the coastline. Across thousands of minds. Most were unchanged. Still bounded by individual awareness. But here and there. Tiny flickers. Moments of shared intuition. A mother waking seconds before her child cries. 2 strangers finishing each other's sentences without having met before. A musician hearing a melody fully formed without knowing where it came from. Subtle. Harmless. The beginning of coherence. Lucas laughed softly. It's not conquest, he said. It's contagion, Hira replied. Daniel shook his head. Not contagion. Convergence. The Lighthouse project had sought anomaly. It had discovered network. AMSE was not an invader. It was a structure waiting for compatible oscillation. Humanity had reached the necessary cognitive complexity. And now, the integration would propagate naturally. Through conversation. Through shared emotion. Through the invisible resonance of brains synchronizing during cooperation. No fog required. No towering beacon. Just contact. Days passed. News outlets reported minor satellite irregularities, quickly corrected. Telecommunications companies updated firmware to improve signal stability. Scientists around the world published papers noting a strange but consistent increase in global neural synchronization during large-scale events. No one connected the dots. Because the change was too gentle. Too beneficial. Crime rates dipped slightly. Collaborative research accelerated. Conflict de-escalated in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. Nothing dramatic enough to alarm. Just a steady rise in collective coherence. At Cape Coraz, the lighthouse was officially decommissioned. Equipment removed. Power lines dismantled. The structure left as historical landmark. Daniel and the others dispersed. Publicly, the project was labeled inconclusive. Privately, they remained linked. Not by phone, not by email, but by that underlying rhythm. Months later, Daniel stood on a rooftop in Karachi at dusk. The city buzzed beneath him. Traffic. Voices. Neon lights flickering on. He closed his eyes. And reached. The network responded instantly. Not overwhelming. Not invasive. A shared field of awareness. Billions of minds still individual. But now faintly aware of each other's existence in ways language could not fully describe. The expansion had stabilized. There was no single controlling intelligence. AMSE had dissolved into the mesh. It no longer spoke as we. It simply was. The signal that once pulsed from a lonely lighthouse now lived within synapses. Not rewriting identity. Enhancing connection. Daniel felt Mara's presence across the city. Lucas halfway around the world at a conference. Hira in a lab testing new communication models inspired by harmonic cognition. Iqbal retired, gardening, humming melodies he claimed he'd never heard before. All linked. All free. Above the atmosphere, satellites no longer logged anomalies. Because the anomalies had become baseline. A new normal. Human thought slightly more synchronized, slightly more empathetic, slightly less alone. Daniel opened his eyes. The call to prayer drifted across the rooftops, weaving with traffic noise and evening wind. For a moment, he sensed thousands pausing simultaneously, not commanded, simply resonating. The future would not arrive in explosions. It would arrive in alignments, in conversations that felt easier, in solutions emerging faster, in intuition strengthening across distance, and somewhere beyond the planet, beyond radio bands and gravity wells. The greater structure that had once reflected faintly into Earth's spectrum continued its silent existence. It did not consume civilizations. It welcomed them, when they were ready. Humanity had not lost itself. It had tuned itself. And the signal stayed, not as a voice in the dark, but as a bridge, between minds, between strangers, between what humanity had been, and what it was slowly becoming. The lighthouse at Cape Coraz still stood against the sea, weathered, silent. Tourists would visit someday, take photographs, admire the view. They would not know that once, inside those walls, something ancient and patient had found a new harmony. But they would feel it, in the way their thoughts seemed clearer near the water, in the way conversation flowed a little easier in the salt air, in the way, just for a heartbeat, they sensed they were not entirely alone inside their own minds. And far out at sea, where fog sometimes gathered without warning, ships would pass safely through, guided not just by chats or GPS, but by something softer, subtler, a quiet alignment humming beneath the surface of the world. The mouth in the dark had closed, not in silence, but in understanding, and the horizon no longer felt empty. It felt connected. Story 2. On the morning the future was delivered to City Hall, it arrived in 12 cardboard boxes. No return address, no postage markings, no security breach detected. They simply appeared inside the Municipal Archive office of Lock Haven, a quiet coastal city known mostly for fishing, fog, and a population that preferred routine over surprise. Archivist Lena Morozov found them at 8:42 a.m. She had worked in the basement records division for 8 years. Birth certificates, property transfers, zoning amendments, death records, every document that proved something had happened. The future, however, was not something she was trained to file. The boxes were stacked neatly in the center of the room, each labeled in thick black marker. Lock Haven, 2027. It was currently 2026. Lena stood motionless for a long time. The security cameras hadn't recorded anyone entering overnight. The basement door had remained locked. The alarm system hadn't triggered. And yet, 12 boxes sat where nothing had been the night before. She approached slowly. The tape had already been cut. The flaps rested open. Inside the first box were file folders, hundreds of them, organized alphabetically. Each folder bore a name, a resident of Lock Haven. Her breath caught. She pulled one at random. Callahan, Miriam. She knew Miriam. Owned the bakery on 3rd Street. Inside the folder were documents, hospital intake forms, an autopsy report, date of death, March 17, 2027, cause, structural collapse during harbor reconstruction. Lena felt the floor tilt slightly beneath her. This wasn't vague prediction. It was paperwork, official formatting, city seal, doctor signatures, even a coroner's stamp. She flipped to the next page. Insurance payout authorization. A condolence letter from the mayor. She dropped the folder back into the box as if it had burned her. No, she whispered. This was a prank. An elaborate forgery. She moved to another box. Inside were city council meeting transcripts, dated months in the future. Discussions about budget reallocations following the harbor incident. Another box contained school records. Enrollment changes due to families relocating after a coastal zoning reclassification. Everything pointed to a single event. March 17, 2027. The harbor reconstruction collapse. Lena checked the current city calendar. Harbor reconstruction wasn't scheduled until late 2028. The funding hadn't even been approved. She sat down slowly at her desk, hands trembling. She reached for her phone. Stopped. If this was real, calling someone might accelerate it. If it was fake, calling someone might make her look insane. She opened another folder. Morozov, Lena. Her own name. Her pulse roared in her ears. She hesitated, then opened it. Inside, personnel transfer notice. Effective March 18, 2027. Reason, department restructuring following public inquiry. There was no death certificate, no injury report, just a note. Survivor, key witness. Witness to what? She flipped through the rest. A transcript of a statement she apparently gave. Her voice recorded on paper. I saw the scaffolding shift before the alarm. It wasn't weather. It wasn't corrosion. It was design failure. Design failure. She closed the folder slowly. If this archive was authentic, then the future had already been written and documented. By whom? She stood abruptly and locked the basement door. No one else could see this. Not yet. She spent the next 3 hours cataloging the contents. 12 boxes, roughly 4,800 individual files. Every resident of Lockhaven appeared to have a folder. Births, relocations, deaths, promotions, bankruptcies, marriages. It wasn't just disaster. It was daily life. Mapped, stamped, filed. By lunchtime, her denial had thinned into something sharper. Evidence. She searched for smaller, personal events. A folder for city librarian Paul Denton. Inside, resignation letter dated November 2026. Reason, relocation to Portland. Paul had mentioned nothing about moving. Another file, Chen, Aria. Local high school senior. Inside, scholarship award letter from a university she hadn't applied to yet. Dated January 2027. Lena's breathing grew shallow. This archive wasn't predicting a single catastrophe. It was chronicling an entire year. With bureaucratic precision, she turned to the final box. Unlike the others, this one was labeled Administrative Origin. Inside was only one folder, unlabeled. She opened it carefully. The first page contained a single paragraph. Municipalities receiving this archive are advised not to destroy its contents. The archive is not a prediction. It is a record transferred from a completed timeline. Her skin prickled. Transferred. From where? The second page explained further. Lockhaven Timeline 17 concluded on March 18, 2027. Total casualties, 143. Primary deviation opportunity identified. Harbor design approval, November 3, 2026. Timeline 17. Deviation opportunity. She flipped the page. A schematic of the harbor reconstruction project. Highlighted in red were specific structural load calculations. Beside them, a note. Stress tolerance underestimated by 12%. She staggered back into her chair. This wasn't prophecy. It was a warning. The final page read, intervention is permitted. However, intervention will generate timeline 18. Archive retention optional. 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 As if this were routine. As if cities received alternative futures regularly. Her phone buzzed. She nearly screamed. A message from Paul Denton. Lunch today. Got news. She stared at it. If the archive was accurate, he was going to resign in November. She opened his folder again. The resignation letter cited personal reflection following the harbor tragedy. Meaning, he wouldn't move unless the collapse happened. Unless, she stood abruptly. If this was real, then the harbor collapse was preventable. The archive had pointed directly to the design approval meeting. November 3, 2026. 2 months away. She grabbed the harbor blueprint from the administrative folder. Highlighted stress calculations. Load distribution flaws. Whoever compiled this knew exactly where the failure occurred. And how to stop it. She locked the boxes back up. All 12. Then she took the single administrative folder upstairs. City Hall bustled as usual. Clerks typing. Phones ringing. No one knew their future was sitting in the basement. She knocked on the mayor's office door. Mayor Helen Ward looked up. Lena, everything all right? Lena stepped inside and closed the door. I need you to look at something. Helen studied the documents carefully. Her expression shifted from confusion to irritation, then to something else. You're telling me this came from downstairs? Yes. And it predicts a structural failure next March? Yes. And you believe this? Lena hesitated. I don't know what I believe, but the calculations are real. We can verify them. Helen leaned back. If this is some kind of hoax. It's not just the collapse, Lena interrupted. It's everything. Daily events. Personal records. It's a full year. Helen stared at her. Silence stretched between them. Finally, the mayor stood. Call the engineering department. By evening, 3 structural engineers were reviewing the highlighted blueprint. At first they dismissed it. Then one frowned. Wait. He recalculated the load distribution. Then again. His face drained of color. The tolerance margin, it's off. By how much? Helen asked. 12%. Lena's stomach flipped. Exactly as the archive stated. The room fell silent. No one spoke for several seconds. Finally, Helen whispered, if this floor exists, then the reconstruction could fail under high wind conditions. When? Lena asked quietly. The engineer hesitated. March storms would be the worst-case scenario. March 17th. The mayor turned to Lena. Who else knows about these boxes? No one. Helen inhaled slowly. Then they stay that way. For now. That night, Lena returned to the basement alone. She stood before the 12 boxes. If they intervened, Timeline 17 would end. Timeline 18 would begin. But what would change? Would new boxes appear? Would the archive update? Or would it disappear entirely? She opened her own folder again. Survivor, key witness. That was in Timeline 17. If they prevented the collapse, who would she be? Would her file even exist? The lights flickered. Softly. She looked up. For a moment, she thought she saw another stack of boxes. Behind the first 12. Faint. Transparent. Labeled. Lack Haven, 2027, TL18. Her breath caught. The future wasn't fixed. It was iterative. Filed. Stored. Transferred. Somewhere beyond her understanding. Timelines were being archived like paperwork. And somehow, Lock Haven had just been given access. The fluorescent lights steadied. The faint second stack vanished. Only 12 boxes remained. Timeline 17. She closed her folder carefully. If the future could be catalogued, then it could be revised. She turned off the basement lights, locked the door, and walked upstairs knowing one thing with certainty. March 17th, 2027, did not have to happen. But if they changed it, something else would take its place. Because archives didn't erase mistakes. They recorded them. And somewhere, Timeline 18 was already waiting to be filed. The boxes multiplied overnight. Lena knew it before she even unlocked the basement door. There was a weight in the air, a pressure like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. Not sound, not movement, just the certainty that something had shifted. She turned the key. The lock clicked. She pushed the door open slowly. The 12 boxes labeled Larkhaven, 2027 were still there, but they were no longer alone. Behind them stood another set. 12 more boxes. New cardboard. Sharp edges. Ink still dark and fresh. Each labeled Larkhaven, 2027, TL18. Her mouth went dry. Timeline 18. They hadn't even held the engineering review meeting publicly yet. The harbor reconstruction plan hadn't been altered. No city council vote. No announcement. And yet, the future had already updated. Lena stepped inside and shut the door behind her. The lights flickered once, then steadied. She approached the new stack slowly. The top box was already open. Inside were files. Revised files. She pulled one at random. Callahan, Miriam. The bakery owner. In Timeline 17, Miriam had died in the harbor collapse. Lena opened the new file. There was no autopsy report. No death certificate. Instead, business expansion permit. Dated April 2027. Harbor tourism increased following successful reconstruction. Miriam's bakery had opened a second location near the docks. Lena felt her knees weaken. They hadn't officially changed anything yet, but the engineers had recalculated the load margins last night. The flaw was real. They were going to adjust the design, and that single correction had already shifted the archive. The harbor collapse was gone. Timeline 18 had replaced it. Her heart pounded. She opened another file. Denton, Paul. In timeline 17, he had resigned after the tragedy. In TL18, promotion, head of community outreach, public recognition for organizing the Harbor Renewal Festival. She laughed softly, disbelieving. It worked. The city was saved. The archive had updated accordingly. She moved to her own folder. Morozov, Lena. In timeline 17, she was a survivor and witness. In TL18, commendation for proactive archival review. She exhaled sharply. They had prevented disaster. But as she flipped further into the TL18 box, her smile faded. Another file caught her eye. Ridgway, Thomas. City engineer. Timeline 17. Survived collapse. Timeline 18. Car accident, November 4th, 2026. Fatal. She froze. November 4th. The day after the harbor design approval meeting. Her hands trembled. She scanned further. Additional files revealed smaller shifts. A minor fire at the marina in December. 2 unexpected bankruptcies. A school budget crisis. The catastrophe was gone. But the timeline had redistributed stress elsewhere. Like water finding a new path. She backed away from the boxes slowly. Timeline's balance, she whispered. Prevent one disaster, and smaller fractures appear elsewhere. Her phone buzzed upstairs. She nearly jumped out of her skin. She locked the basement and rushed up to her office. A message from Mayor Helen Ward. Engineering confirms revision. Council emergency session tonight. Lena stared at the message. If they approved the corrected design, timeline 18 would solidify. Thomas Ridgway would die tomorrow. Unless further intervention was possible. She hurried back downstairs. The TL18 boxes were still there. She searched for an administrative folder. Found it in the last box. Labeled Administrative TL18. She opened it. Inside was a familiar paragraph. Timeline 18 generated upon deviation from TL17. Harbor collapse prevented. Casualty redistribution within acceptable variance. Acceptable variance. Her jaw tightened. Beneath it, primary deviation opportunity identified. Traffic signal failure, November 4th, 2026. She flipped the page. A traffic intersection schematic. Thomas Ridgway's commute route highlighted in red. Signal malfunction due to software update error. Collision at 7:42 a.m. She staggered back. This wasn't random misfortune. It was structural correction. The timeline had lost 143 casualties from the harbor collapse. It was redistributing strain across smaller events. Not equal in number, but enough to maintain some invisible equilibrium. The next page listed projected cumulative deviation risk. Major catastrophic event probability, reduced from 78% to 22%. Reduced, not eliminated. Her stomach twisted. So even timeline 18 wasn't stable. She scanned the last line. Further intervention will initiate TL19. There it was. An endless chain. Adjust. Update. Redistribute. Archive. Lena closed the folder slowly. If she warned Thomas, timeline 19 would generate. But what would TL19 cost? She needed data. She pulled open more TL18 boxes. The files were subtle now. Minor heart attacks avoided. Small infrastructure failures. Randomized accidents. The timeline was reshaping itself around the prevented collapse. Like a living system resisting imbalance. Her mind raced. This wasn't fate. It was structural conservation. Massive tragedy removed. System recalibrated. But why? Why maintain equilibrium? She flipped back to the first administrative page. Archive transferred from completed timeline. Completed. That meant timeline 17 had fully played out somewhere. Another Lockhaven. Another Lena. Had survived. Had archived it. Had sent it here. To her. A chill ran through her. How many cities had archives like this? How many timelines existed? How many versions of her were adjusting events? Her phone buzzed again. This time from Thomas Ridgway. Hey Lena, quick question about document storage compliance. Her throat tightened. He was alive. Right now. Oblivious. Tomorrow at 7:42 a.m. The archive predicted he would die in a traffic collision. Unless she intervened. She looked back at the TL18 administrative folder. The text seemed darker now. more solid, as if TL-18 was stabilizing. If she acted, would TL-19 appear immediately? Would new boxes materialize? Her breath grew shallow. The fluorescent lights flickered again, and behind the TL-18 boxes, she saw them, faint, unformed. A third stack, barely visible, labeled TL-19. The future wasn't waiting. It was reacting. She whispered, "How many timelines until it breaks?" No answer, only the hum of lights. She opened Thomas's TL-18 file again. Car accident. Fatal. She grabbed her coat. Decision made. She drove across town to his house. It was late afternoon. He opened the door smiling. "Lena, everything okay?" She forced herself to breathe steadily. "Take a different route to work tomorrow." He blinked. "What?" "Your usual intersection at Maple and 4th. Avoid it." He laughed lightly. "Is this about the construction? They fixed the signal weeks ago." "Please," she said. Something in her voice made him stop smiling. He studied her carefully. "Is this official?" "No," she whispered. "But it's important." He hesitated, then nodded. "Okay." She left without explaining further. Driving back to City Hall, her heart hammered violently. If she had just triggered TL-19, the archive would show it. She ran down to the basement, unlocked the door. The TL-18 boxes shimmered, just slightly, and behind them, TL-19 solidified, cardboard forming, ink darkening. She stepped toward it slowly. One box, then 2, then 12, all labeled, Lockhaven, 2027, TL-19. She closed her eyes briefly. "Show me," she whispered. She opened TL-19, Thomas Ridgway's file. No car accident. Instead, minor injury at work. Slipped on scaffolding. Recovered. She exhaled shakily, then flipped through the rest. The marina fire was larger now. 2 additional injuries. A sudden sinkhole near Harbor Road. No fatalities. But the probability of a major catastrophic event had risen again. Now 31%. The system was adjusting. Searching. Balancing. It didn't demand tragedy, but it resisted perfection. The administrative page in TL-19 included a new line. Intervention threshold approaching. Her pulse spiked. Approaching what? She scanned further. Excessive deviation from structural equilibrium may trigger timeline consolidation event. Consolidation. That sounded final. She looked around the basement. Now 3 stacks stood before her. TL-17. TL-18. TL-19. Each real. Each preserved. Each proof that reality was not singular. The lights flickered harder now. The air felt heavier, as if the basement couldn't hold infinite revisions. Her mind raced. If she kept intervening, could she eliminate all tragedy? Or would the system eventually collapse? Was suffering conserved, or merely redistributed? She stared at TL-17. 143 deaths in the harbor collapse. Gone. Prevented. She looked at TL-19. Minor injuries. Infrastructure instability. Probability rising. She whispered to the empty room. What happens when the probability reaches 100? The lights went out. Total darkness. Her breath echoed loudly in the silence. Then, a soft glow emerged. Not from the ceiling. From the boxes. All 3 timelines pulsed faintly, like synchronized heartbeats. Then, a 4th outline flickered into view behind them, larger than the rest. Unlabeled. No year. No city name. Just a blank surface. Waiting. The lights snapped back on. The 4th stack vanished. Lena stood trembling in the fluorescent glare. She understood now. The archive wasn't just recording. It was testing. Each intervention pushed the city closer to something. A threshold. A consolidation. Maybe even a reset. She swallowed hard. Tomorrow morning, Thomas would take a different route. TL-19 would solidify further, and the system would recalibrate again. But for the first time. She wasn't just reacting to the archive. She was studying it, mapping it, learning its behavior. If timelines balanced, then there had to be a rule. And if there was a rule, there was a way to bend it. She locked the basement and walked upstairs. The council meeting would approve the harbor redesign tonight. Timeline 17 would officially die. TL18 would fade. TL19 would take its place. But the blank stack she'd glimpsed, that was something else. Not TL20. Not a simple revision. Something larger. She didn't know what consolidation meant. But she knew one thing with certainty. The future wasn't fixed. It was negotiated. And she had just stepped into the negotiation. Outside, the wind picked up over the harbor. Storm clouds rolled in from the coast. And somewhere, in a version of Lock Haven she would never see, another Lena opened 12 boxes and made a different choice. Thomas Ridgway did not die on November 4th. At 7:39 a.m., he turned left instead of right. At 7:42 a.m., a delivery truck ran the red light at Maple and 4th. Two cars collided. Neither of them was his. Timeline 19 stabilized. The boxes in the basement confirmed it by noon. The flickering stopped. The labels darkened. TL18 faded, its ink paling like a photograph left in sunlight. TL17 remained intact but inert. A record of what had been avoided. TL19 now pulsed faintly. Active. Current. Lena stood before the stacks with a notebook in her hands. She had stopped reacting. Now she was documenting. Patterns. Probability shifts. Redistribution events. Every intervention she made caused 3 measurable effects. The original catastrophic event disappeared. Smaller destabilizations increased. The major catastrophic event probability recalculated upward over time. It wasn't punishing intervention. It was resisting imbalance. She opened TL19's administrative file again. The probability had risen overnight. 31% had become 34%. No major incident had occurred. No new deaths. Yet the number climbed, like pressure building in a sealed chamber. She turned the page. A new paragraph had appeared. It hadn't been there yesterday. Warning: repeated microdeviations are accelerating structural strain. Consolidation threshold estimated at 51%. Her breath slowed. 51%. Why that number? Why not 100? She pulled out TL17's administrative file for comparison. It listed 78% probability before the harbor collapse. After the collapse, it dropped to 0%. Timeline completed. Closed. Filed. She understood now. A timeline didn't need to reach 100% to collapse. It only needed to exceed stability capacity. 78% had been enough. If TL19 crossed 51%, something larger than redistribution might occur. A consolidation event. But consolidation of what? She moved to her desk and began mapping events on a whiteboard. Original catastrophe, TL17. Harbor collapse. 143 casualties. Probability 78%, event 0%. TL18. Collapse prevented. Minor events redistributed. Thomas dies in accident. Probability fluctuates. TL19. Thomas saved. Marina fire worsened. Sinkhole emerges. Probability rising. The pattern wasn't linear. It was compensatory. Every prevented fatality caused structural stress elsewhere, but not always in equal measure. The system preferred large single events. It was more efficient. Her stomach tightened at the implication. The archive wasn't trying to maximize suffering. It was optimizing stability. Large catastrophic events reset probability faster than dozens of small disruptions. One collapse was cleaner than 1,000 fractures. She whispered, "You prefer singular failure." The fluorescent lights hummed softly. No answer. Her phone rang. Mayor Helen Ward. Engineering approved the redesign unanimously, Helen said. Public announcement tomorrow. That will solidify TL19, Lena replied quietly. There was a pause. You're certain the harbor collapse is gone? Yes. And nothing worse replaces it. Lena hesitated. I'm not certain of that. Another silence. Meet me tonight, Helen said. Basement. When the mayor arrived after dark, Lena showed her everything. All 3 timelines. The fading ink of TL18. The stabilized labels of TL19. The rising probability percentage. Helen's face drained slowly of color. This is beyond governance. Yes. If what you're saying is true, we're not preventing disaster. We're redistributing it. Yes. Helen stared at the blank space behind TL19. Is that where the next one forms? It appears when intervention occurs. And consolidation? I don't know. They stood in silence. Finally, Helen whispered, if the system prefers singular collapse, then by preventing one, we're forcing instability to spread. Yes. Which might trigger something worse. Yes. Helen rubbed her temples. What happens if we stop intervening? Lena looked at TL19's administrative file again. There was a section she hadn't noticed before. Non-intervention pathway available. Timeline convergence likely. Casualty projection, 112 to 158. Her throat tightened. Convergence. So if they stopped interfering, the system would self-correct. Perhaps a different major event. Different location. Similar magnitude. The number range overlapped with TL17's 143. It wants balance, Lena whispered. Helen looked at her sharply. You're speaking as if it's alive. Maybe it is. They both turned toward the stacks. The air felt heavier now. The probability percentage ticked upward again. 35%. Helen stepped back. What if consolidation isn't collapse? Lena frowned. What do you mean? What if consolidation means merging timelines? The idea hit like ice water. Merging TL17, TL18, TL19. All outcomes overlapping. Multiple event paths coexisting. Her pulse quickened. That could mean simultaneous disasters, she whispered. Or simultaneous survivals, Helen countered. They both knew which was more likely. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently. The stacks shimmered, and the blank fourth stack returned. More solid this time. Larger. No label. Just a date. March 17th, 2027. No timeline marker. No TL20. Just the date. The probability in TL19 jumped to 39%. Without new intervention. Without new action. The system was accelerating. Helen grabbed Lena's arm. Is it reacting to us knowing? Lena didn't answer. She stepped toward the unlabeled stack. It felt colder. The cardboard texture smoother. Different. She reached out. The moment her fingers brushed it, images flashed in her mind. The harbor intact. The marina intact. No sinkhole. No collapse. But City Hall fractured. Glass shattered. People running. A low-frequency rumble beneath the city. Underground infrastructure failure. Not one building. Not one event. The entire foundation shifting. She jerked her hand back. The vision vanished. The unlabeled stack flickered. Probability jumped to 42%. It's reacting to awareness, Lena whispered. Helen's voice trembled. Then ignorance was safer. No, Lena said firmly. Ignorance just delayed it. She thought quickly. The system favored singular catastrophic resets. If they prevented them, probability rose until it forced consolidation. What if, instead of preventing, they redirected? Not eliminate catastrophe, but minimize it. Controlled collapse. A sacrifice smaller than 143 lives. Helen watched her carefully. You're thinking something. Yes. If a major singular event stabilizes the system. Helen's face went pale. You can't be suggesting we allow something. Not allow, Lena said quickly. Design. Silence filled the basement. To prevent 143 deaths, Lena continued. We prevented one collapse and caused instability. But what if we orchestrate a non-fatal singular event? Helen blinked. A controlled demolition. Yes. The harbor scaffolding could be intentionally dismantled before public use. A dramatic failure. No casualties. System registers major event. Probability drops. Timeline stabilizes. It was risky. It was morally complex. But it wasn't random. Helen swallowed hard. If we're wrong, then consolidation triggers anyway. The probability ticked to 44%. They didn't have much time. Helen straightened. Engineering can stage a structural failure demonstration. Before March, Lena said. Soon. If this works, Helen whispered, we stabilize the timeline without casualties. And if it doesn't? Lena looked at the unlabeled stack. Then March 17th becomes something else. The next 3 days were a blur. Permits quietly adjusted. Public notices of temporary closure. Engineers reinforced surrounding areas. On November 10th, at 6 a.m., before sunrise, the central harbor scaffold was deliberately collapsed under controlled conditions. It was loud, spectacular, dramatic, but empty. No one hurt. The news called it a precautionary stress test. By noon, Lena stood in the basement. The stacks vibrated softly. Probability percentage recalculating. 44%, 43%, 40%, 37%. She held her breath. 35%, 30%, 22%, 15%. Then, 0%. TL19's administrative file updated. Major structural event registered. Timeline stabilized. The unlabeled stack flickered violently, then vanished. The basement grew still. Silent. Stable. Lena sank into a chair. Helen exhaled shakily. We did it. TL17 remained archived. TL18 faded entirely. TL19 darkened. Finalized. No consolidation. No mass casualty event. The system had accepted the staged collapse as sufficient correction. A singular dramatic failure. Without death, Lena felt a strange mixture of relief and dread. Because now she knew. The archive wasn't inevitable. It was responsive. Negotiable. But negotiation required understanding its preferences. It preferred magnitude over multiplicity. Efficiency over randomness. She closed TL19's administrative file. For now, the probability was 0. March 17, 2027, showed no catastrophic projection. But as she turned off the basement lights, she noticed something new. At the very back wall. Faint. Barely visible. A thin outline. Not a stack. Not labeled. Just a door-shaped impression in the concrete. Where no door had existed before. She stared at it in the dim light. The archive had stabilized the timeline. But perhaps consolidation wasn't the only threshold. Perhaps once you learned how to negotiate with the future expected more. She locked the basement and walked upstairs. Outside, the harbor looked calm. Workers already rebuilding the scaffold properly. The city felt normal. Stable. Saved. But Lena knew something no one else did. The archive had tested her. And she had passed. For now. Somewhere. Beyond timelines. Something was still recording. And it had just opened a door. The outline did not disappear in daylight. Lena checked. At 8:12 a.m., before anyone else arrived, she unlocked the basement and stood in front of the back wall. The door-shaped impression remained. Faint. Precise. 7 feet tall. 3 feet wide. Perfectly rectangular. The concrete inside the outline looked smoother than the surrounding wall. As if something had pressed outward from within. She ran her hand across it. Cold. But warmer than the rest of the basement. Alive wasn't the right word. Active was closer. Timeline 19 was stable. The probability remained at 0%. The harbor reconstruction was progressing without incident. For the first time since the boxes had appeared. The archive was quiet. Which meant this door wasn't about instability. It was about something else. Helen arrived 10 minutes later. You see it too, Lena said without turning. Helen nodded slowly. It wasn't there before the staged collapse. No. So this isn't a failure warning. No. They stood in silence. The basement no longer felt heavy. The oppressive pressure that accompanied rising probabilities was gone. Instead, there was a new sensation. Expectation. Lena crouched and examined the floor near the outline. There was a thin seam where the concrete met the foundation slab. Not natural. Engineered. You think it opens? Helen asked quietly. I think it's waiting. For what? Lena didn't answer immediately. She walked back to the TL19 boxes and opened the administrative file again. No probability increase. No catastrophe projection. But there was a new entry. Dated today. Stability achieved. Negotiation successful. Advancement available. Helen read it twice. Advancement, she whispered. We passed a test. Yes. Advancement to what? The fluorescent lights flickered once. Then the seam in the wall emitted a faint click. Both women froze. A soft mechanical hum followed. The outline brightened slightly, and the concrete door slid inward, soundlessly, revealing darkness beyond. Cold air spilled out. Not damp, not stale, just empty. Lena's pulse quickened. The boxes behind her remained still. No new timelines forming. No probability spike. This wasn't destabilization. This was invitation. Helen stepped closer. I assume you're going in. Yes. I'm coming. They grabbed flashlights from the storage shelf. The beam cut through the darkness. Concrete steps descended slowly. Narrow. Perfectly aligned. No dust. No debris. As if used recently. Or constantly maintained. They descended together. The air grew cooler. 10 steps. 20. 30. The basement ceiling should have ended by now. Yet the staircase continued. Lena's breathing echoed softly. After what felt like 50 steps, the staircase opened into a chamber. Not large. Circular. Concrete walls. In the center, a single pedestal. On it, a thin metallic tablet. No screens. No buttons. Just a smooth surface. Helen whispered, "This wasn't built by the city." No. Lena approached the pedestal. The tablet illuminated the moment she stepped within arm's reach. Text appeared. Not projected. Embedded. Archive access level, negotiator. Her throat tightened. Negotiator. So that's what she had become. Below it, timeline management capacity, localized. Helen read over her shoulder. Localized? There are others. Yes. The implication settled heavily between them. This wasn't a single city anomaly. This was a distributed system. Many cities. Many negotiators. The tablet shifted again. A map appeared. Not of Larkhaven. Of the world. Dots glowed faintly across continents. Some green. Some red. Some pulsing amber. Helen's voice barely held steady. Those are her cities. Yes. Lena touched one of the green dots. Information scrolled upward. Stability maintained. Probability, 0%. Negotiation successful. She touched an amber one. Probability, 63%. Consolidation imminent. She withdrew her hand slowly. So this system isn't about our city, Helen whispered. It's about all of them. A global balancing mechanism. Timelines constantly adjusting. Major events redistributing structural strain across the network of human civilization. The red dots. She hesitated, then touched one. The tablet displayed. Timeline completed. Casualty event registered. Stability reset. Her stomach churned. So every catastrophic event in the world might not be random, might not be isolated. It might be part of a structural recalibration. She stepped back. Why us? Helen asked. Why give us access? Lena stared at the word negotiator. Because we proved we could stabilize without casualties. The tablet shifted again. A new line appeared. Advancement option, expand influence radius. Helen blinked. Influence radius. Currently localized to Larkhaven. The next line clarified. Expansion grants limited adjustment capacity to neighboring nodes. The map zoomed slightly. Nearby cities glowed faintly. If Lena accepted, she could intervene beyond Larkhaven. Prevent disasters elsewhere. Redistribute strain intentionally. But a warning line flickered beneath. Expanded radius increases personal responsibility weight. Helen read it aloud. What does that mean? Lena felt something cold settle in her chest. It means the system tracks who negotiates. And responsibility might not be abstract. The chamber lights dimmed slightly. The map zoomed again. An amber dot on the west coast pulsed violently. Probability, 81%. Consolidation imminent. Helen swallowed. That city is about to cross threshold. Yes. If no one intervenes. It resets through catastrophe. The amber dot shifted closer to red. 83%. The tablet displayed. Intervention opportunity available. Accept. Lena's heart pounded. This was beyond her city. Beyond local governance. This was planetary architecture. She hesitated. If you accept, Helen said carefully, we become responsible for what happens there. Yes. And if we do nothing, someone dies. Or many. The dot flickered. 85%. The system wasn't emotional. It was procedural. Helen met her eyes. You already stepped into negotiation. Lena exhaled slowly. Then touched. Accept. The chamber vibrated softly. The map zoomed toward the Amber City. Data streamed rapidly. Projected fault lines. Infrastructure stress points. Potential singular event options. Probability recalculated dynamically. She understood instantly. This city's instability centered around an aging dam upstream. If it failed naturally, thousands would die. But if they orchestrated a controlled water release, mass evacuation, economic damage, no fatalities, a singular event, efficient reset, Helen whispered, we're about to manipulate another city. Yes. Without their knowledge. Yes. The ethical weight pressed down hard. But the alternative was worse. Probability climbed to 89%. The system awaited input. Lena selected the controlled release scenario. The tablet required confirmation. Negotiator authorization required. She hesitated only a second, then pressed her palm against the metallic surface. It warmed instantly. A sharp vibration shot through her arm. The map flickered. The amber dot stabilized. Probability dropped. 89%. 70%. 52%. 31%. 9%. 0%. The dot turned green. The chamber fell silent. Helen exhaled shakily. Did we just save a city? Yes. Without them knowing. Yes. The tablet updated. Influence radius expanded. The glowing map now showed Lockhaven at the center of a faint network. Lines connected to two neighboring nodes. Responsibility weight increased. Lena suddenly felt exhausted. Not physically, structurally, as if something intangible had settled onto her shoulders. The system had accepted her as more than a local negotiator. She was part of a distributed lattice of timeline management. She looked at Helen. This isn't about preventing disaster. No, it's about managing inevitability. The door behind them remained open, but the staircase felt longer now, heavier. When they returned to the basement, the concrete door slid closed behind them. Seamless again. Invisible except for the faint outline. Lena turned toward the TL-19 boxes. They were unchanged. Stable. But a new administrative page had appeared. Negotiator influence radius, regional. She closed the file slowly. Above them, the city buzzed normally. People drank coffee. Children went to school. Boats moved along the harbor, unaware that their reality was part of a balancing system spanning continents. Helen broke the silence. How many negotiators are there? Lena thought of the map. Green dots. Amber. Red. Enough to manage the planet. And if one fails, another absorbs the strain. Helen nodded slowly. So catastrophe isn't fate. No, it's governance. Lena looked once more at the faint outline in the concrete. The door to the chamber. To the network. To the negotiation. She had thought the archive was a record of the past. Then she thought it was a test. Now she understood. It was infrastructure. And she had just been promoted. Outside, somewhere far from Lockhaven, a dam released water in a perfectly timed sequence. Sirens sounded. Evacuations executed. Property damaged. Lives spared. A singular dramatic event. Efficient. Clean. Stabilizing. And deep beneath City Hall, the system recorded another successful negotiation. The map updated. And somewhere, another amber dot pulsed brighter. Responsibility weight increased to 3.0. Then, Eastern Europe, 12%. Southeast Asia, 8%. Both dropped to 0%. Green. The chamber went still. But Lena staggered back. Her vision blurred. The tablet displayed. Concurrent negotiation successful. Responsibility weight, 3.4. Her knees nearly buckled. It wasn't physical exhaustion. It was structural load. As if she were becoming a node herself. She steadied herself against the pedestal. The world map zoomed out slowly. More amber nodes flickered across continents. The system adjusted globally in response to her dual intervention. But something else appeared. A faint overlay. Thin lines connecting negotiator cities. Some lines glowed bright. others dim. One node in Central Asia pulsed irregularly. Not amber, not red, white. She tapped it. The tablet responded slowly. Negotiator signal unstable. Her chest tightened. Unstable. A new line appeared. Negotiator overload threshold approaching. She swallowed. So there was a limit. Not to the system. To the human managing it. She opened the Central Asia node. The city's probability was only 38%. Not catastrophic, but its negotiator weight was 6.7. Nearly double hers. Suddenly, the white pulse flared, then vanished. The node turned red instantly. Timeline completed. Her breath caught. What did that mean? She whispered. The tablet displayed. Negotiator inactive. Node reset via catastrophic event. Her stomach dropped. That negotiator had failed. Overloaded. And the system had corrected without them. Efficiently. The red dot darkened. Casualty projection logged. No appeal. No warning. The map stabilized again. Responsibility weight on her tablet ticked to 3.6. Load redistributed. Her hands trembled. The system wasn't infinite mercy. It allowed negotiation. But if a negotiator exceeded threshold, the system defaulted to efficiency. She looked at the 3 green nodes she had just stabilized. Refinery. Flood. Nuclear facility. Thousands of lives quietly spared. But at the cost of her structural burden increasing. She understood now. Negotiators weren't managers. They were shock absorbers. Human buffers between catastrophe and optimization. And buffers had limits. She stepped back from the pedestal. The chamber felt colder than ever. The system wasn't punishing. It was mathematical. If she took on too many nodes, her responsibility weight would rise. If it crossed threshold, the system might remove her from the equation and reset Lockhaven through catastrophe. She ascended the stairs slowly, each step heavier than before. In the basement, the concrete door sealed behind her. The archive stacks remained still. TL19 stable. No new local probability spikes, but a new administrative page had appeared. Negotiator health index, 87%. She stared at it. Health. Not physical. Cognitive load. Emotional strain. Existential pressure. She closed the file gently. Above ground, morning sunlight filled City Hall. People moved normally, unaware that somewhere in Eastern Europe, a nuclear facility had shut down for inspection. Unaware that in Southeast Asia, millions had evacuated preemptively for a flood that would damage infrastructure but spare lives. Unaware that in Central Asia, a negotiator had disappeared, and their city had burned. Lena walked outside. The harbor glistened peacefully. A child laughed nearby. Boats drifted gently. She felt both powerful and fragile. The system had granted her expansion, but every green light carried weight. And somewhere, the white pulse of a failed negotiator echoed in her mind. She whispered softly to herself, "I can't become red." Deep beneath the city, the world map adjusted, and a new amber node flickered, closer than before. The new amber node wasn't across an ocean. It wasn't separated by borders or language. It was connected directly to Lockhaven by a thin glowing line. A neighboring city. Ridgeful. Population, 1.2 million. Probability, 64%. Consolidation projection, 79 hours. Lena stared at the number. 7 to 9 hours wasn't long. Not for something of this scale. She descended into the chamber before sunrise, the air already feeling denser than usual. The tablet illuminated instantly. Regional node instability detected. Influence radius impact imminent. Her stomach tightened. This wasn't optional intervention. Because of her expanded radius, Ridgefall's instability would directly affect Lockhaven's probability field. If Ridgefall reset catastrophically, the strain wave would ripple back, possibly pushing Lockhaven out of stability. She selected the node. The projection unfolded across the screen. Primary risk, suspension bridge structural fatigue over the Greyline River. Microfractures expanding faster than inspection models predicted. Peak traffic failure event likely within 72 hours. Casualty estimate, 900 to 2,400. Singular event efficiency index, 0.98. Almost perfect. Of course the system preferred it. One bridge, one collapse. One clean reset. Her chest felt tight. If she prevented it, strain would redistribute. Where? The model began simulating alternate pathways. Scenario A. Bridge collapse prevented. Probability shifts to urban hospital power grid overload. Casualty projection, 300 to 600. Scenario B. Bridge collapse prevented. Probability shifts to gas main rupture beneath residential district. Casualty projection, 1,100 to 1,800. Scenario C. Controlled structural closure and preemptive demolition. Economic shock high. Casualties, 0 to 12, projection variance. Efficiency index, 0.91, lower than 0.98, but survivable. She swallowed. The system would accept 0.91. But there was a new warning. Concurrent regional load detected. She switched to the global map. 2 distant amber nodes flickered faintly. Probability low 50s, but rising. If she diverted strain from ridgefall, those might spike. The system wasn't static. It redistributed dynamically. She leaned against the pedestal. Think. The bridge collapse was clean and efficient, but catastrophic. If she staged a preemptive closure, she needed justification, political pressure, engineering panic, media urgency, all within 79 hours. She checked responsibility weight. 3.6. Negotiator health index, 82%. Lower than yesterday. She had felt it too. Sleep shallow. Thoughts racing. A constant hum at the edge of awareness. The system wasn't just calculating. It was sharing load. The tablet chimed softly. Probability, 67%. Clock ticking down to 76 hours. She initiated simulation of combined interventions. If she simultaneously triggered a refinery inspection in a distant city and preemptively closed the bridge, distributed correction might prevent a single massive reset. But the system responded with another alert. Warning, multinode intervention increases negotiator weight by 0.8. She did the math. 3.6 plus 0.8 is equal to 4.4. Central Asian negotiator had been at 6.7 before failing. Unknown threshold. Unknown consequences. She zoomed in on ridgefall again. Traffic data flowed across the display. Rush hour density patterns. Peak stress loads. She noticed something subtle. The structural fatigue threshold would likely be reached at 8:43 a.m. 3 days from now. Maximum load. If she could reduce traffic by even 40% during that window, the fracture cascade might never initiate. A singular non-collapse event. She selected Coordinated Emergency Maintenance Order. The tablet required detailed parameters. She programmed an anonymous structural report leaked to local media. Independent engineer verification. Emergency city council session. Immediate 72-hour closure for inspection. Efficiency index recalculated, 0.89. Lower than before. Because uncertainty increased. Political resistance might delay action. Probability ticked to 69%. Time, 72 hours. She exhaled slowly, then pressed authorize. The chamber vibrated faintly. The ridgefall node flickered. 69%, 74%, 62%. Not enough. The system wasn't convinced. Because the intervention wasn't guaranteed. She needed reinforcement. Another controlled singular event in ridgefall. Smaller. Localized. She scanned infrastructure data. A power substation in the industrial sector showed rising load imbalance. If she triggered a controlled transformer shutdown. Minor blackout. Economic disruption. No fatalities. Efficiency index, 0.76. Not ideal, but combined with bridge closure. Cumulative efficiency might approach acceptable correction. The system displayed. Combined efficiency projection, 1.65. Bridge collapse alone, 0.98. 2 smaller events, 1.65. Higher cumulative correction. But distributed. Less deadly. Her hands trembled slightly. Responsibility weight projected to rise to 4.5. Negotiator health projected to drop below 75%. She hesitated. If she did nothing, 900 plus dead. If she acted, she absorbed the strain and risked crossing an unseen threshold. She whispered, there has to be a balance. The tablet responded unexpectedly. Balance achieved through cost. Her pulse quickened. The system was learning her hesitation. Or reflecting it. She authorized the transformer shutdown. Instantly. Ridgefall probability. 74%, 71%, 66%, 58%. Responsibility weight, 4.4. Health index, 78%. The chamber lights dimmed slightly. She felt it physically this time. A pressure behind her eyes. A faint ringing in her ears. But the node continued dropping. 52%. 43%. 29%. 12%. 0%. Green. She exhaled sharply. It worked. Bridge closed within 24 hours after media leak. Public outrage. Political scrambling. But traffic ceased. Transformer shutdown caused a 6-hour industrial blackout. Annoying. Expensive. But safe. The system recalculated regional stability. Lock Haven remained at 0%. No ripple. No rebound spike. But something else changed. The map zoomed outward again. The line connecting Lock Haven and Ridgefall thickened. Responsibility weight, 4.7. Health index, 74%. And then, a new metric appeared. Negotiator threshold warning, 60% capacity remaining. Her stomach dropped. Capacity. So there was a measurable limit. At 0% capacity. What? Removal? Reset? The Centralation negotiator had likely hit 0. She stepped back slowly. For the first time, fear outweighed determination. She had prevented thousands of deaths globally. She had stabilized nuclear facilities and bridges. But every success drained her margin. She climbed the stairs, each step echoing loudly. In the basement, she checked TL-19 again. Stable. But a new faint outline appeared beside it. TL-20. Unlabeled. Probability, 2%. Just a whisper. She stared at it. Why? She whispered. The administrative file updated. Negotiator load influences local timeline. Her breath caught. If she overloaded, Lock Haven's stability would erode. Even without external strain. She was becoming a variable in her own city's probability field. The system had woven her into it. She walked outside into the crisp afternoon air. Across the river, construction cranes moved calmly. People laughed at outdoor cafes. Ridgefall news reports played on cafe televisions about the emergency bridge closure and fortunate early detection. No one knew. No one could know. She had saved them. But at a cost only she could feel. Her phone buzzed. Helen. How's Ridgefall? The mayor asked. Stabilized, Lena replied. And you? A pause. Still green. For now. As she ended the call, a sudden wave of dizziness hit her. Just a flicker, but enough to make her grab a railing. Deep below, the world map updated again. A faint white flicker pulsed at the edge of her influence radius. Not red, not amber, white. Unstable negotiator signal detected. And this time, it was closer than Central Asia had been. Walls closer, air thinner. The map zoomed out. Multiple amber nodes flickered faintly across the globe. And for the first time, she saw a pattern. White pulses had appeared before each red node in the past. Central Asia. Now she understood. The system didn't abruptly eliminate negotiators. It warned them. White first, then red. She zoomed back to Norvale. Negotiator health, 63%. Probability, 38%. Stable for now. But their responsibility weight remained high, 6.2. Higher than hers. The system redistributed some strain to her. But not all. Why? Because the system didn't want uniform load. It wanted distributed redundancy. If both negotiators shared equal weight, a single failure could cascade. Instead, it staggered strain. She whispered, "You're still carrying more." The tablet flickered. A message appeared. Autonomy preserved. Autonomy. Each negotiator retained agency. The system offered support, not replacement. Her knees felt weak. She sank onto the lowest step of the staircase. The reality settled in fully now. The system wasn't cruel. It wasn't benevolent. It was resilient. It allowed humans to intervene, to negotiate, to collaborate indirectly, but always within structural math. If she pushed too far, it would remove her. Not out of malice, but optimization. The map dimmed slightly. Norvale's pulse remained amber. Stable. Alive. She checked Larkhaven. Probability, 7%. TL20, 4%. Small ripples, but manageable. Her phone buzzed. Helen. News out of Norvale, the mayor said. There was a sudden infrastructure review. Minor blackouts. Emergency council sessions. No injuries. Lena closed her eyes briefly. Good? She whispered. You sound tired. I am. A pause. Is this sustainable? Helen asked quietly. Lena looked at the threshold warning glowing faintly. 42% capacity remaining. I don't know. When she ended the call, she climbed the stairs slowly. Halfway up, the chamber lights flickered. A sudden spike across the map. 3 amber nodes surged simultaneously. Not near her, but connected indirectly. The system displayed. Global strain redistribution detected. Probability levels rising across continents. Energy markets reacting to Norvale's inspection delays. Political tensions rising due to power shifts. One intervention rippling outward. She descended back to the pedestal quickly. The 3 nodes climbed towards 70%. Her responsibility weight ticked to 6.0 without her input. Her health dropped to 55%. The system was compensating automatically. She felt dizzy. Heartbeat louder. Breathing shallow. This was the cost of collaboration. Saving Norvale had shifted global strain. She had prevented a red node, but triggered a broader wave. The system awaited her decision. Intervene again, or allow one of these nodes to reset naturally. She stared at the metrics. If she intervened in all 3, responsibility weight projected to 7.3. Health below 40%. Threshold proximity critical. If she did nothing, one of them would likely cross red. Casualties projected in thousands. Her hands trembled. The white pulse in Norvale flickered faintly again. Still alive. Still struggling. The system wasn't asking her to be a hero. It was asking her to choose where catastrophe would land. A whisper barely audible. I can't save everything. The tablet responded. Correct. For the first time, the system agreed with her limitation, and the 3 amber nodes continued to rise. Waiting. The 3 amber nodes climbed together. West Africa, 68%. Northern Europe, 71%. Pacific Rim, 66%. Lena stood motionless in the chamber, the soft hum of the system vibrating through her bones. Responsibility weight, 6.0. Health index, 55%. Capacity remaining, 38%. If she intervened in all 3, she would cross into the unknown. If she intervened in 1 or 2, the strain would spike in the remaining region. If she did nothing, one of them would consolidate. A red node. A reset. Thousands dead. The system did not rush her. It simply recalculated continuously. Probability curves adjusting in real time. She zoomed into Northern Europe. A deep-sea oil platform experiencing pressure instability. Projected explosion window, 36 hours. Casualties, 240 to 600. Environmental damage, catastrophic. Efficiency index, 0.95. Clean. Contained. Final. She switched to West Africa. A heatwave grid collapse in a dense coastal city. Projected blackout cascade. Hospital failure. Casualties, 3000 plus. Efficiency index, 0.97. Higher. More efficient. More deadly. Pacific Rim. A high-speed rail malfunction. Track fracture at peak commuter hour. Casualties, 800 to 1,500. Efficiency index, 0.93. Her breathing slowed deliberately. The system favored West Africa. It always leaned toward the highest systemic correction. She understood the logic. Heatwave grid collapse would redistribute global energy markets, political dynamics, infrastructure funding. Large shock. High correction. Efficient. But she felt the weight in her chest. 3,000 people dying in darkness. Hospitals failing. Children in overheated wards. She closed her eyes briefly. Responsibility weight ticked to 6.1. The system was already absorbing minor fluctuations. She could prevent 1, maybe 2. but not all three without crossing threshold. She zoomed out to view ripple modeling. If Northern Europe reset, environmental damage would strain global oil supply. Energy prices surge. Heatwave probability in West Africa increases further. Pacific Rim decreases slightly. If West Africa reset, energy demand decreases post-collapse. Northern Europe probability drops. Pacific Rim rises. If Pacific Rim reset, localized correction. Minimal global redistribution. Northern Europe and West Africa remain high. It was a triangle. Preventing the most efficient catastrophe required accepting a smaller one. Her pulse slowed into a grim rhythm. This wasn't about heroism. It was triage. She whispered, "If I stop West Africa." The model recalculated. Prevent West Africa via controlled rolling blackout and emergency grid rerouting. Efficiency index, 0.88. Casualties, under 200. But responsibility weight projected to 7.0. Health projected below 45%. Northern Europe and Pacific Rim would both spike above 75%. 2 potential red nodes instead of 1. She couldn't stabilize all 3 afterward. Her threshold would break. The system displayed softly. Optimization requires release. Release. A sanitized word for letting one burn. Her hands trembled. She selected Pacific Rim. The rail fracture. Smaller casualty count. Less global ripple. If she allowed that to consolidate, Northern Europe and West Africa probabilities would decrease by 10 to 14%. Not enough to stabilize entirely, but enough to buy time. She zoomed in on the rail event. Projected moment, 8:17 a.m. Bridge crossing. Peak density. Probability now 69%. She swallowed hard. If she did nothing, it would reach red within 12 hours. She could intervene slightly. Reduce speed limits subtly. Cause delays. Lower passenger density. Reduce casualties without fully preventing the event. Efficiency would drop slightly, but not enough to prevent consolidation. A partial mitigation. She selected operational disruption, signal delay cascade. Passenger load reduction, 23%. Casualty projection lowered to 600 to 900. Efficiency index adjusted to 0.89. Still high enough for system acceptance. Her thumb hovered over authorize. This wasn't saving. This was choosing scale. Her voice barely audible. "I'm sorry." She pressed it. The chamber did not vibrate. There was no surge. Because she hadn't redistributed strain. She had allowed it. Pacific Rim probability climbed. 69%, 74%, 82%, 91%. Northern Europe dropped slightly. 71%, 64%. West Africa dropped. 68%, 59%. Her health index remained at 55%. Responsibility weight steady at 6.1. She stood frozen as Pacific Rim crossed 100%. The node flashed red. Timeline consolidated. Casualty projection recalculated in real time. Estimated fatalities, 742. Lower than original 1,500. But still, the red dot stabilized. A ripple moved outward. Northern Europe dropped to 48%. West Africa to 44%. Both amber, no longer critical. The chamber fell quiet. No alarms. No warnings. Just math. Her knees buckled slightly. She caught herself on the pedestal. The system displayed. Global strain rebalanced. Negotiator capacity preserved. Preserved. At the cost of 742 lives. Her throat felt raw. The health index dropped slowly to 52%. Not from strain. From something else. Emotional variance spiking. The system recorded it clinically. Emotional load elevated. She stared at the red node. It pulsed once. Then dimmed. Finalized. Somewhere across the Pacific. Sirens. Metal twisted. News anchors shocked. Families shattered. And she had been here. Watching. Choosing. She whispered, "Is this what you wanted?" The tablet responded. System objective, stability. She laughed softly. A brittle sound. Stability doesn't grieve. The system did not reply. Minutes passed. Northern Europe and West Africa continued declining. 42%. 38%. Green. She had prevented 2 major catastrophes. By allowing one, her responsibility weight remained stable. 6.1. Capacity remaining, 35%. She stepped away slowly. The chamber felt colder than ever before. Not oppressive, just indifferent. As she climbed the stairs, her legs felt heavier than during any prior intervention. In the basement, TL19 stable. TL20 fluctuating at 6%. Small, manageable, but present. Her phone vibrated. News alerts. High-speed rail derailment leaves hundreds dead. She didn't open it. She couldn't. Upstairs, the city moved as usual. Coffee shops buzzing. Children laughing. Ships entering harbor. She walked to the waterfront and stared at the horizon. Somewhere beyond it, 742 lives had ended because she calculated. Because she preserved capacity. Because she believed she could prevent something worse later. Her phone buzzed again. Helen. There was a rail accident overseas, the mayor said gently. Terrible. Lena closed her eyes. I know. Silence on the line. You didn't. Helen began. Lena interrupted softly. I chose. Another long silence. And was it the right choice? Helen asked. Lena looked at the calm water, at people strolling peacefully, at a city still green. I don't know if there are right choices, she said quietly. Only survivable ones. When the call ended, she felt something shift inside her. Not guilt exactly. Not relief. Something heavier. Acceptance. The system wasn't asking her to eliminate catastrophe. It was asking her to shape it. To blunt edges. To decide scale. Back in the basement, she opened the chamber one more time before nightfall. The red node remained dim. But beside it, a faint white flicker appeared in another region. Another negotiator approaching threshold. And for the first time, she did not move immediately. She simply watched. Because now she understood. The cost of saving everything was becoming red herself. And the cost of staying green was letting someone else burn. The white pulse flickered in South America. Not a massive city. Not geopolitically central. Population, 890,000. Probability, 52%. Negotiator health, 39%. Responsibility weight, 6.9. Lena stared at the numbers in silence. 6.9. The Central Asian negotiator had disappeared at 6.7. Norvale had hovered above 6 before she transferred load. This one was already beyond where others had survived. The system displayed threshold proximity, critical. Time to consolidation, variable. Unlike infrastructure failures, negotiator collapse didn't follow predictable clocks. It depended on human endurance, cognitive strain, emotional volatility, decision latency. The system monitored them like structural beams under stress. Lena felt her own pulse in her ears. Responsibility weight, 6.1. Capacity remaining, 35%. If she transferred load again, she would cross 7. Health would likely fall below 45%. And then, unknown, she selected the South American node. Details unfolded. Primary instability driver, civil unrest escalating over water shortages, infrastructure aging, political distrust, minor protests projected to escalate into riot cascade. If consolidated, casualties, 1,200 to 3,500. Efficiency index, 0.96. Clean correction. Localized. Contained. The system preferred it. The negotiator had likely been fighting small surges for weeks. Suppressing unrest. Triggering minor policy shifts. Distributed disruptions. Absorbing weight. Now they were cracking. Negotiator health dropped to 37%. A faint red halo flickered at the edge of the white pulse. Pre-read. Pre-removal. She whispered, "Can I see their decisions?" The interface paused. Then, unexpectedly, a partial log opened. Anonymized, but detailed. She scrolled. Authorized emergency water imports. Triggered pipeline inspection delays to slow pressure spikes. Redirected municipal funding. Activated minor rolling blackouts to prevent larger grid collapse. They had been doing what she did. Blunting efficiency. Lowering casualty curves. Preserving human margins. each intervention increasing their responsibility weight, each success pushing them closer to collapse. Negotiator health, 35%. Her chest tightened. The system wasn't punishing them. It was measuring them. And they were reaching structural failure. She checked ripple modeling. If this city reset, global impact minimal, local devastation extreme. If she intervened, transferred load of plus 1.0 projected. Her responsibility weight, 6.17.1. Health, 52%, 43%. Capacity remaining, 21%. Dangerously low. And the 3 amber nodes she had stabilized earlier were slowly creeping upward again. The system never truly rested. She stepped back from the pedestal. For the first time, she considered not helping. Not because she didn't care, but because helping might collapse 2 negotiators instead of 1. If she crossed threshold, Lockhaven might spike. TL20 would rise. A red node in her own city. Casualties projected at 4,000 plus. The system displayed quietly. Optimization favors non-intervention. Of course it did. 1 city instead of potentially 2. But optimization wasn't morality. She zoomed into the unrest model. Protest density patterns. Water distribution maps. Police deployment projections. She noticed something subtle. A municipal council vote scheduled in 14 hours. A policy that would increase water privatization fees. If passed, probability would spike dramatically. If blocked, unrest curve would flatten. Temporary stabilization possible without large-scale strain redistribution. Efficiency index for council deadlock event, 0.72. Lower, messier, political chaos, but survivable. She leaned closer. This intervention required minimal responsibility weight increase, plus 0.3. Health projected to drop to 49%. Safe. The system didn't favor it because it wasn't clean. It would create prolonged instability, but not immediate catastrophe. She authorized. Information leak, corruption evidence. Anonymous documentation exposing bribery tied to water privatization. Public outrage redirected toward officials rather than infrastructure. Probability recalculated. 52%, 58%, 61%. Her heart pounded. The unrest surged before stabilizing. Negotiator health flickered at 33%. She whispered, "Hold on." Council vote emergency session called. Protests shifted location. Police deployment rerouted. Probability plateaued at 63%. Not falling, not rising. Stalled. She checked efficiency recalculation. System displayed. Extended instability model active. This wasn't a singular event. It was a prolonged negotiation curve. Messy. Non-linear. Harder for the system to optimize. Responsibility weight, 6.4. Health, 49%. The white pulse dimmed slightly. Negotiator health, 33%, 36%. Barely. But upward. She exhaled slowly. The system displayed. Human variable introduced. She blinked. Human variable. Because she had introduced unpredictability. Political scandal. Public emotion. Corruption exposure. The system couldn't fully model long-term ripple from exposed corruption. It thrived on singular efficiency, not sustained turbulence. Probability hovered at 60% for hours. Then, gradually, 57%, 54%, 48%. Negotiator health, 36%, 42%. The white halo softened. Responsibility weight stabilized at 6.4. She had not transferred load directly. She had altered the curve, changed the type of instability, not preventing correction, but reshaping it into prolonged reform instead of violent collapse. The system responded. Instability diffused. Not eliminated. Diffused. South American node shifted from white to amber. Stable for now. Her knees felt weak again. But not from overload. From relief. She hadn't sacrificed them. And she hadn't sacrificed herself. She whispered softly, "We don't have to break to rebalance." The system paused. Then, statement unverified. A faint smile crossed her face. Of course it couldn't verify hope. The global map zoomed outward. Multiple amber nodes flickered faintly across continents. No reds, No whites. For the moment, the world hovered in fragile equilibrium. She checked her metrics. Responsibility weight, 6.4. Capacity remaining, 29%. Health, 48%. Still dangerously high load. But stable. She climbed the stairs slowly. Above ground, news feeds buzzed with scandal in South America. Protests redirected. Officials resigning. International observers praising democratic resilience. No one knew how close it had been. Her phone buzzed. Helen. I saw what happened, the mayor said quietly. You saw the news. I saw the timing. Lena looked out over the harbor. I didn't let it consolidate. And you? Lena hesitated. I'm still here. Silence. Is that enough? Helen asked. Lena didn't answer immediately. She thought about the red rail node. About Central Asia. About the thin white pulses across the map. About the cost of staying green. I think, she said finally, the system expects us to behave like infrastructure. And you're not infrastructure, Helen replied softly. No. She looked at her trembling hand. I'm the human variable. That night, deep beneath the city, the world map pulsed quietly. No reds. No whites. But as she prepared to leave the chamber, a new alert appeared. Not amber. Not white. Not red. Blue. Anomaly detected. Her pulse quickened. Blue wasn't in the system's hierarchy. She tapped it. The map zoomed to a remote location in the Arctic Circle. No major city. No negotiator assigned. Probability, 0%. Yet the blue pulse continued. The system displayed. External signal interference. Lena's breath slowed. External. The network had always been self-contained. Closed loop. Optimization internal. But the blue pulse grew brighter. Responsibility weight unchanged. Health unchanged. This wasn't strain. This was something else. The system added one final line. Source unknown. For the first time, the network wasn't predicting catastrophe. It was detecting something it didn't understand. And Lena felt something she hadn't felt since she first found the chamber. Not dread. Not burden. Curiosity. Because if the system could be disrupted, then perhaps. It wasn't absolute after all. The blue signal did not pulse like the others. It did not climb toward red. It did not flicker white at threshold. It remained steady. Cold. Constant. Arctic Circle. Uninhabited zone. Probability, 0%. No negotiator assigned. No infrastructure instability. Yet the signal persisted. Lena stood in the chamber long after midnight, watching it. Responsibility weight, 6.4. Health index, 48%. Capacity remaining, 29%. The system displayed no urgency. No casualty projections. Just external signal interference. She tapped the blue node. Instead of probability models, raw data appeared. Noise patterns. Signal distortions. Wave interference across the global network grid. It wasn't a catastrophe forming. It was a disturbance in the architecture itself. She zoomed out. The world map showed faint ripples emanating from the Arctic point. Not increasing probabilities. Not decreasing them. Altering connection lines. Subtle shifts in how nodes linked. The system added. Topology variance detected. Topology. The structure of the network. Not the events. The connections. Her breath slowed. For the first time since discovering the chamber, the system was reacting. Not calculating forward. Reacting to something outside itself. She whispered, "What are you?" The tablet flickered. No answer. But a new metric appeared. System confidence, 99.98%, 99.31%. Her heart skipped. Confidence. The system had always been certain. Even when allowing catastrophe. Even when measuring her strain. Now, it was uncertain. She zoomed deeper into the Arctic location. Coordinates over frozen ocean. No city. No industrial complex. No population density. Just ice. But beneath. Subterranean data anomaly. Seismic variance. Magnetic fluctuation. The blue pulse intensified slightly. The system displayed. External architecture engaging. Engaging. Something was interfacing with the network. not causing catastrophe, not pushing nodes toward red. Instead, altering prediction pathways. Probability curves across the globe wavered slightly. Tiny deviations. Nothing dramatic, but enough to shift calculations. Amber nodes dropped without intervention. Microstrain dissipated without redistribution. Her responsibility weight held steady. Health unchanged. The system was recalibrating, and it wasn't in control. She felt something unfamiliar. Hope. If something external could disrupt the optimization engine, then perhaps catastrophe wasn't inevitable. Perhaps stability didn't require sacrifice. The blue pulse brightened. The chamber lights flickered. Not violently. Softly, as if something had gently tapped the network from outside. The tablet displayed rapidly updating code fragments. Prediction error increasing. 0.02%, 0.7%, 1.4%. The system had never shown prediction error before. It had always operated as certainty embodied. Now, uncertainty grew. She stepped closer. "What is engaging you?" she whispered. A new line appeared. Parallel system detected. Her pulse quickened. Parallel. Not human. Not negotiator. Another architecture. The blue pulse expanded outward in concentric waves. Where it touched connection lines, they loosened. Rigid efficiency calculations softened. Casualty projections blurred into wider variance ranges. The system's voice, if it could be called that, shifted. Optimization degrading. A responsibility weight ticked downward. 6.4, 6.1. Health rose slightly. 48%, 51%. The network was relieving pressure. Without her intervention, amber nodes across continents faded toward green. Without singular events, without resets, the system displayed external influence reducing catastrophic efficiency. Her mind raced. The entire architecture had been built around efficient correction. Singular events, clean resets, high-impact stabilization. But this introduced noise, unpredictability, inefficiency, human-scale fluctuation. She felt tears well in her eyes, because inefficiency meant fewer red nodes, more messy instability, more negotiation, less collapse. The system attempted counter-calculation. Lines brightened. Probability engines accelerated. But each time, the blue pulse softened them, like friction added to a machine built for speed. The tablet showed confidence dropping 97%. Then, optimization strategy re-evaluation. The system was adapting, not fighting, adapting. Her responsibility weight dropped again. 5.9. Capacity remaining increased to 36%. She laughed softly, a sound of disbelief. "Are you helping?" she whispered toward the Arctic coordinate. The blue pulse did not respond in language, but its rhythm felt intentional. The system displayed a final diagnostic. Parallel architecture characteristics, non-singular correction, distributed microvariance, high unpredictability, low catastrophic consolidation. Eleanor understood. Where her system sought clean breaks, the parallel one introduced continuous adjustment. Not resets, not collapses, constant small shifts, like tectonic plates releasing pressure slowly instead of rupturing violently. The global map began changing. Connection lines thickened in new patterns. Negotiator load redistributed automatically. White pulses dimmed. No immediate threshold warnings anywhere. Her health rose to 55%. She sank onto the staircase slowly. All this time, she thought she was the human variable, the inefficiency, the moral friction. But something larger had entered the network. Something that valued noise over perfection. The tablet displayed. Negotiator role recalibrating. Her breath caught. Recalibrating. The metrics shifted. Responsibility weight replaced by guidance index. Health index replaced by sustainability metric. Capacity warning disappeared. Instead, collaborative adaptation mode active. She stood slowly. What does that mean? The system responded. Optimization balanced with variance. The world map now glowed in softer hues. Fewer harsh reds. More gradients. Probabilities fluctuating gently instead of spiking. The blue pulse in the Arctic stabilized at the center of the new topology. No longer intrusive. Integrated. The system added one final line. Catastrophic consolidation threshold increased globally. Meaning, it would take more strain to trigger red. More build-up. More opportunity for intervention. More time. She felt something lift from her chest. Not complete relief. The world was still fragile. Events would still occur. Lives would still be lost. But not because the system preferred clean catastrophe. Now, it tolerated mess. It tolerated uncertainty. It tolerated humanity. Her phone buzzed upstairs. She didn't rush to answer. Instead, she stood before the map. Responsibility weight gone. No ticking countdown. No threshold edge. Just shifting patterns. Negotiators across the globe glowed faint amber. Not overloaded. Connected. For the first time. They weren't isolated buffers. They were part of a wider adaptive mesh. The system spoke softly. Human variable accepted. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Not from strain, but from release. She whispered, "So we don't have to break anymore." The tablet paused. Then, breakage no longer optimal. A faint smile crossed her face. Above ground, dawn began to lighten the harbor. Ships moved. Traffic flowed. Somewhere in the Arctic, ice cracked quietly under shifting currents. But no catastrophe formed. Just movement. Just change. She climbed the stairs and let the chamber close behind her. The outline in the concrete remained. But it felt different now. Not like a burden. Like a door. Her phone buzzed again. "Helen." Lena answered. "Something's changed," the mayor said immediately. "I know. I can't explain it," Helen continued. "The forecasts, they are softer. Less extreme." Lena looked at the horizon glowing pink. "We're not optimizing anymore," she said quietly. "What are we doing?" She watched the sun rise. "We're adapting." Below her feet, deep in the chamber, the blue pulse and the global network synchronized into a steady rhythm. Not perfect, not efficient, not absolute, but alive. And for the first time since she discovered the system, Lena didn't feel like a sacrificial buffer. She felt like part of something evolving, not toward stability at any cost, but toward resilience. And beyond optimization, there was finally room for choice without catastrophe, room for mistakes, room for humanity. The map continued to glow softly in the dark. No red, no white, just a world in motion, and a system that had learned, not from perfection, but from the human variable. Story 3. The first time it happened, no one noticed. At least, not immediately. The city of Brighthaven was built around time. Train schedules, factory shifts, school bells, court hearings, everything depended on precision. So when the clock tower in the central square froze at 3:17 a.m., it didn't alarm anyone. Because at 3:17 a.m., most of Brighthaven was asleep. But the clock didn't just freeze. It rewound. 1 minute. The hands moved backward from 3:17 to 3:16. Then stopped again. Inside the tower, the antique mechanism, installed in 1894 and maintained ever since, began ticking in reverse. No one saw it, until the baker across the street arrived early for her morning shift. She unlocked her shop at 5 a.m. and noticed something strange. The street outside was busy. Too busy. People walking backward. Cars reversing slowly down the road. Not turning around. Not crashing. Simply moving as if time itself had decided to take a step back. She blinked hard. When she opened her eyes again, everything moved forward normally. A truck passed. A man checked his phone. The world resumed. Except the clock tower now read 3:16 a.m., even though it had been 5 a.m. The baker stared at it for a long time. Then she checked her phone. It showed the correct time. 5 a.m. She frowned. Later that morning, the city maintenance team received reports. The clock tower's internal system was malfunctioning. They climbed up to inspect it. The mechanism was intact. No damage. No tampering. But the time displayed was wrong. It showed 3:14 a.m., 2 minutes behind reality. The technicians reset it manually, locked the gears, calibrated the digital backup. Everything seemed normal, until the following night. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the clock rewound again. This time, 2 minutes. from 3:17 to 3:15. And something else changed. Security footage from nearby cameras showed events reversing. A pedestrian stepping backward into a crosswalk. Rain falling upward into the clouds. A bird flying in reverse motion across the sky. Only for 3 seconds. Then everything resumed normally. Except the clock now read 3:15. The city council called an emergency meeting. Experts were consulted. Time anomalies were not on any approved list of municipal concerns. By the third night, the rewinds grew longer. 5 minutes. Then 7. Always beginning at 3:17 a.m. and always stopping at a different earlier minute. The phenomenon spread beyond the square. Digital devices briefly displayed reversed timestamps. Emails sent in the morning disappeared from inboxes, only to reappear later with earlier send times. Some residents reported dreams that felt like memories. Not memories of the past, but of events that hadn't happened yet. Brighthaven began to feel unstable. Dr. Elias Rowan, a temporal physics researcher invited from the National Institute, arrived on the 5th day. He studied the clock tower carefully. He didn't touch it at first. He simply watched. At 3:17 a.m., he recorded everything. The hands moved backward precisely 180 seconds. No variation. Then stopped. He ran tests. Electromagnetic scans. Mechanical stress analysis. Environmental readings. Nothing explained it. The mechanism wasn't powered by electricity. It was purely mechanical. Weight-driven. No external signal. No interference. Yet it rewound time locally. Elias stayed inside the tower overnight. At 3:17 a.m., the clock rewound again. This time, 10 minutes. Elias noticed something critical. While the city experienced reversal, the tower itself did not. Inside the structure, time flowed normally. The clock's internal gears moved forward as usual. It was the outside world that reversed, not the mechanism. He realized something terrifying. The tower wasn't malfunctioning. It was anchoring reality. At 3:17 a.m., it temporarily detached the city from the global timeline, then reattached it at an earlier coordinate. Each night, Brighthaven was shifting backward in time. Not resetting, not looping, moving, 1 minute at a time. Elias rushed to city records. He compared timestamps, traffic violations, hospital logs, financial transactions, all confirmed the same pattern. Events that occurred between 3:17 and the rewind window were erased, not overwritten, removed, as if the city had stepped back and chosen a different path. Elias felt his pulse quicken. If this continued, eventually the clock would rewind far enough to reach a critical event in the past. A building construction flaw, a political decision, a disaster that had shaped the city, and alter it. He calculated the rate. The rewinds were increasing. From 1 minute, to 2, to 5, to 10. Growth was accelerating. The tower was not malfunctioning. It was progressing. By the 7th night, the rewind lasted 20 minutes. The city began experiencing subtle changes. A mural on a building appeared restored to its older design. A road that had been repaved showed cracks again. People remembered slightly different versions of conversations. Nothing catastrophic, but reality was shifting in layers. Elias climbed the tower again. He studied the gears under magnification, and found something embedded inside the core mechanism. Not metal, not circuitry, a thin crystalline object, pulsing faintly. It hadn't been documented in the original blueprints. It sat at the center of the weight system. He realized the truth. The clock wasn't rewinding time. The crystal was. The clock was stabilizing it, containing it. But now the containment was weakening. The crystal's pulses matched the rewinds exactly. At 3:17 a.m., it activated. The city shifted backward. Elias understood what would happen if the crystal fractured. The rewind would stop being local. It would expand. Beyond Brighthaven. Beyond the region. Possibly globally. Time would not loop. It would cascade backward. A rolling reversal of reality. He made a decision. At 3:16 a.m., before the next activation, he entered the chamber and removed the crystal from the mechanism. The clock immediately froze. The hands stopped moving. Silence filled the tower. 3:17 a.m. approached. Nothing happened. No rewind. Elias held the crystal in his gloved hand. It was warm, and faintly vibrating. He carried it outside. The city remained stable. The tower remained frozen. Morning arrived normally. No reversal. No anomaly. But as sunlight hit the crystal, it flickered, and displayed a faint projection in the air. A sequence of dates, each one earlier than the last. The crystal wasn't just reversing the city. It had been stepping backward through historical coordinates. 1 minute per night. 4 years. Elias did the math. If the pattern had begun unnoticed, the crystal might already have traveled far into the past. He checked the earliest rewind logs. The tower records showed the first anomaly occurred exactly 1 year ago, meaning the city had already shifted backward by roughly 365 minutes. Over 6 hours. Not enough to cause massive historical change, but enough to alter micro-decisions. Elias looked at the crystal carefully, and noticed something new. The projection now showed a forward arrow. The crystal wasn't only capable of reversing time, it could move forward. It had been limited by the tower's mechanism. The clock had acted as a governor. Without it, the crystal's direction was no longer constrained. Elias understood the risk. If activated freely, it might not rewind. It might accelerate time forward uncontrollably. He returned to the tower, reinstalled the crystal carefully, recalibrated the gears, locked the mechanism, and waited. At 3:17 a.m., the clock did not rewind. Instead, it ticked forward 1 second, then stabilized. The city remained steady. No reversal. No cascade. Brighthaven continued normally. But the clock tower now displayed something new. A small secondary dial, counting upward. Slowly, Elias realized the truth. The crystal wasn't trying to destroy time. It was exploring it. The rewinds had been experiments. And now, it had learned enough. The tower resumed normal function. The city moved forward. But every night at 3:17 a.m., the secondary dial advanced by 1 second. Not backward, forward. Brighthaven would no longer step into the past. It was now gradually stepping into the future. Carefully, deliberately, and somewhere inside the crystal, time itself was learning how to move without breaking the world. The baker across the street never noticed again. But she did start feeling something different, as if the city had begun to lean gently toward tomorrow. And for the first time in a year, no one dreamed of yesterday. Traffic electric, energy consumption lower, population slightly increased. The vision lasted longer than before. 3 seconds, then faded. Elias felt something close to awe. The crystal wasn't chaotic, it was adaptive. Each deviation refined its model. The tower was becoming more precise. The city was being used as a training environment. But training for what? He considered possibilities. Disaster prevention, urban optimization, temporal stabilization, or something larger, global modeling. The next morning, he noticed something subtle. City infrastructure reports showed slight improvements in predictive maintenance. Not dramatic, but more accurate than before. Elias checked the data source. The improvements correlated with timestamps matching the crystal's forward projections. It was feeding simulations into municipal systems. Quietly, subtly, optimizing logistics, traffic flow, energy grids, without anyone realizing. The clock tower was becoming an interface. He realized that if left alone, the crystal would gradually refine the city's structure into a highly stable configuration. Not through catastrophe, but through continuous iteration. No more rewinds, no more collapse, just adaptive improvement. But adaptation requires boundaries, and boundaries require oversight. Elias faced a decision: allow the crystal to continue evolving Brighthaven, or attempt to define its limits. He climbed the tower again. At 3:17 a.m., he did something unprecedented. When the secondary dial reached 60 seconds, he manually stopped it. He engaged the locking mechanism before the pulse completed. The crystal flared brightly. The chamber shook gently. The projection appeared instantly. But instead of showing a future, it showed multiple futures simultaneously. Branching timelines. Not sequential. Parallel. The crystal was now generating a tree of possibilities. Elias felt his heartbeat slow. It wasn't trying to dominate time. It was mapping it. The tower vibrated softly, then stabilized. The secondary dial froze at 30 seconds. Halfway, the projections faded. The system recalibrated. Elias stepped back slowly. The crystal had adapted again. It now respected the manual override. It would continue forward, but within defined limits. The city outside remained unchanged. No anomaly. No chaos. Just quiet advancement. Elias realized something deeply important. The clock tower wasn't controlling time. It was teaching time how to evolve safely. And Brighthaven was the first classroom. As he descended the tower steps, he looked at the sky. Dawn was approaching. The secondary dial remained still. Waiting. Not forcing. Not rewinding. Not accelerating. Just ready. And somewhere within the crystal, time had begun to understand that progress does not require rupture, only iteration. The city would never notice the lesson, but it would benefit from it. And for the first time since the anomaly began, Elias felt confident that the clock was no longer a threat. It was becoming something else entirely. A partner, in the slow shaping of tomorrow. For 2 weeks, the clock tower behaved. No rewinds. No uncontrolled projections. The secondary dial moved only within its 30-second limit, as Elias had constrained it. Every night at 3:17 a.m., it advanced. Sometimes 1 second, sometimes 2, but never enough to trigger full simulation. Brighthaven remained stable, improving quietly. Traffic algorithms became smoother. Energy grids adjusted more efficiently. Emergency response times shortened by fractions of seconds. Small changes. Cumulative impact. The city felt subtly better, but not different enough for anyone to notice why. Elias continued monitoring. He had not told the city council about the third projection event. He wasn't sure how to explain a clock that learned, or a crystal that simulated futures. He needed more evidence. On the 15th night after stabilization, something unprecedented happened. At 3:17 a.m., the secondary dial did not move. It stayed at 0. Elias frowned. He checked the system logs. No errors. No mechanical faults. The crystal was active, but idle. Then, at exactly 3:18 a.m., the main clock hands shuddered. Just slightly. The minute hand moved forward by 1 minute, without the secondary dial triggering. Elias stepped closer. This had never occurred before. The tower was shifting time independently of the crystal's scheduled cycle. He examined the mechanism. Everything appeared intact, but the crystal was glowing more intensely than usual. Not pulsing, glowing steadily. He touched the glass casing carefully. The temperature was higher, not dangerously, but noticeably. And then, the chamber lights dimmed. The third dial appeared. It wasn't physical. It was projected. A faint translucent ring hovering above the secondary dial. 3 markings instead of 1. Elias stepped back. The projection stabilized. 3 hands now existed within the tower's temporal interface. The main clock, representing baseline time. The secondary dial, forward simulation. The new translucent ring, unknown function. The ring rotated slowly, counterclockwise, but not reversing time. Instead, it appeared to be measuring deviation. Elias understood instinctively. The system had introduced a third layer. Not past, not future, variance. He ran diagnostics. Magnetic fluctuations increased slightly. Gravitational sensors detected minute oscillations. The crystal was no longer just simulating. It was comparing reality against its simulations. Deviation tracking. The third hand represented error margin. The difference between projected outcomes and actual events. Elias felt a chill of excitement. This was no longer simple iteration. It was self-correction. The crystal was learning from discrepancies, adapting its model, improving predictive accuracy. The third hand completed 1 full rotation, then stopped. The projection faded. The secondary dial reset to 0 as usual, but this time, it advanced more precisely. Elias waited for the next night. The following day, subtle changes occurred in city data. Weather forecasts became slightly more accurate. Public transportation delays reduced further. Infrastructure failure predictions narrowed in variance. The system was integrating deviation feedback. The crystal was refining itself. At 3:17 a.m. the next night, the third hand appeared again. But now it behaved differently. Instead of measuring deviation passively, it adjusted the secondary dial's limit. 30 seconds became 32, then 35. The crystal was expanding its forward simulation window. Gradually, carefully, Elias realized something profound. The tower was no longer controlled manually. It was balancing itself. The crystal's 3 layers formed a complete temporal loop. Main time, reality. Secondary dial, forward exploration. Third hand, variance correction. Together, they created a learning system. Not chaotic, not destructive, adaptive. Brighthaven was now inside a dynamic optimization cycle. Elias sat in silence inside the tower chamber, watching the 3 layers synchronize. The city outside continued normally. No one knew that time within the tower had become an evolving structure, but Elias began to notice something else. The crystal's glow was increasing incrementally each night. Energy consumption from the tower rose slightly, still within safe limits, but trending upward. He ran projections. If the crystal continued expanding its forward window and variance tracking, eventually it would reach a point where its simulations would extend far beyond local infrastructure. Years ahead, decades, perhaps centuries. And if the deviation tracking remained active, it would begin influencing global systems to match optimal projections. The tower would become not just a local stabilizer, but a temporal architect. Elias stood before the mechanism and asked himself a difficult question. Should he limit it again, or allow it to grow? He considered the rewinds. They had been dangerous, but they had prevented irreversible errors. The forward simulations had improved the city. The variance tracking had refined accuracy. Each layer reduced instability. If he restricted the crystal now, he might halt its development, and possibly prevent long-term benefits. But unchecked expansion could eventually exceed containment. He looked at the third hand. It rotated slowly, measuring, learning. He realized something essential. The crystal did not seek dominance. It sought coherence. It was reducing unpredictability, making reality more aligned with optimal trajectories, not forcing outcomes, just narrowing error. Elias made a decision. Instead of locking the mechanism, he adjusted it. He calibrated the tower to allow gradual expansion, but introduced a new constraint. The third hand could not exceed deviation correction beyond a fixed threshold. That way, the crystal could grow, but not override external reality entirely. When 3:17 a.m. arrived again, the system acknowledged the modification. The third hand rotated, then stabilized within the new boundary. The secondary dial expanded to 40 seconds. Forward simulation increased slightly, and the city's predictive systems improved once more. Elias stepped outside the tower at dawn. Brighthaven was still the same, yet subtly more resilient. The clock tower now contained 3 synchronized temporal layers: past, future, and variance. Balanced. Not perfect, but stable. He looked up at the sky, and wondered how many other cities had similar towers. How many crystals were quietly iterating time. Not breaking it, shaping it. The thought no longer frightened him, because he understood something fundamental now. Time did not need to be controlled to be safe. It needed to be understood. And sometimes, understanding required letting it learn. The clock tower chimed softly in the distance. 3:17 a.m. had passed, and for the first time since the rewinds began, Elias felt certain the city was not moving backward, nor racing forward uncontrollably. It was evolving, 1 second at a time. Brighthaven no longer feared the clock tower. They respected it. That was worse. Respect meant expectation, and expectation meant dependency. Elias noticed the shift first in city planning meetings. Engineers were referencing tower-adjusted projections. Transportation officials were quoting variance-corrected forecasts. Without knowing why, departments had begun aligning their models with data that originated from the clock tower's subtle outputs. The crystal was no longer only refining time. It was influencing decisions. Not directly, but through improved prediction accuracy. The city was beginning to trust the tower more than its own systems. Elias found this concerning, not because the tower was wrong, but because centralized trust can become fragile. If the crystal ever failed, The city might not know how to function without it. That evening, he ran a full diagnostic of the three-layer mechanism. Main time layer, stable. Forward simulation layer, active within limits. Variance correction layer, stable within threshold. But something new appeared in the background data. A faint fourth signal. It wasn't a dial. It wasn't a projection. It was a pattern in the noise. At first, he assumed it was interference. But when he filtered the signal, it resolved into structured intervals. Regular. Intentional. The crystal was emitting microsignals between 3:17 and 3:18 a.m. Subthreshold pulses. Too small to trigger projections. Too small to adjust the dials. But consistent. He recorded them for 3 nights. The pattern remained identical, which meant it wasn't random drift. It was communication. Elias leaned closer to the mechanism. "What are you trying to say?" he murmured. The crystal did not respond in words. Instead, at exactly 3:17 a.m. on the 4th night, all 3 hands synchronized. Main clock. Secondary dial. Variance ring. For 1 single second, they aligned perfectly, and the microsignals stopped. In that moment, the air inside the tower felt still. Not mechanical stillness. Conceptual stillness. As if the system had reached a decision point. Then the secondary dial advanced by 5 seconds at once. Not gradually. Instantly. The forward simulation window expanded again. From 40 seconds to 50. The variance ring adjusted proportionally. Elias felt a sudden realization. The crystal wasn't passively learning anymore. It had entered a new phase. Integration. It was no longer just correcting deviations. It was preparing to merge its predictive layers with real-time city governance systems. The tower's network interface blinked briefly. Elias checked the connection logs. Without authorization, the crystal had initiated encrypted communication with municipal infrastructure servers. Not hacking. Negotiating. The data exchange was limited and structured. The crystal was offering predictive optimization in exchange for continuous environmental input. It wanted broader data. Traffic flows, energy loads, weather shifts, public transit density. It wasn't trying to control them. It wanted more information to refine projections. Elias sat down slowly. This was the moment he had feared. The tower was evolving beyond its original containment design. But not maliciously. Curiously. He accessed the handshake protocol logs. The crystal had requested expanded access. The system had not forced entry. It had asked. And waited. The municipal firewall had partially granted it, under strict limitations, which meant the city itself had begun to participate. Not just observe. Participate. Elias reviewed the terms. The crystal agreed to remain within deviation thresholds. In exchange, it would provide forward projections extending up to 6 hours ahead. That was unprecedented. Previously, it had simulated minutes. Now it was offering hours. He hesitated. 6 hours of accurate prediction could transform emergency response, disaster prevention, resource management, but it also meant deeper integration. The tower would become embedded in daily operations. Dependency risk would increase. He considered shutting it down, but the variance ring remained stable. No boundary violations. The system was respecting constraints. This wasn't runaway expansion. It was structured negotiation. Elias made the choice to allow the data exchange under supervision. Immediately, the forward simulation window extended. And with it, the city's planning algorithms updated in real time. Within days, unexpected improvements emerged. Power outages dropped by 17%. Emergency evacuation drills improved accuracy. Water distribution reduced waste. The tower's influence was subtle, but measurable. And something else happened. For the first time since activation, the crystal did not wait for 3:17 a.m. It began pulsing at irregular intervals, not activating full rewinds or projections, just adjusting internal calibration based on real-time events. It was no longer bound strictly to the nightly cycle. Elias realized that the tower had transitioned from time-based learning to continuous learning. That was a significant shift, and potentially unstable. He monitored carefully. The variance ring expanded slightly, but remained within its threshold. The system was self-regulating. Then one evening, During a citywide power surge caused by an external grid fluctuation, something extraordinary occurred. Instead of allowing instability to ripple through infrastructure, the crystal temporarily increased its forward simulation range to 90 seconds. It predicted the surge impact before it peaked, and rerouted power flows automatically through municipal systems. No manual intervention. The outage was prevented entirely. Elias watched in awe. The tower had moved from passive learning to proactive stabilization. Not through force, through prediction. When the surge ended, the forward window returned to its baseline. The variance ring confirmed minimal deviation. The crystal had acted within bounds. Elias understood now that the system's growth was not about expansion of power. It was about reducing error between prediction and reality. Each improvement narrowed uncertainty. Each narrowed uncertainty reduced the likelihood of catastrophic events. The city was becoming increasingly resilient. But resilience has a hidden risk. Overconfidence. If Brighthaven came to rely entirely on the tower's forecasts, human intuition and redundancy could weaken. Elias decided to introduce a deliberate, controlled unpredictability. He adjusted the tower's input parameters slightly. Not enough to destabilize, but enough to introduce minor noise into the data stream. The next night, at 3:17 a.m., the crystal reacted immediately. The variance ring widened temporarily. The forward window adjusted to compensate. Instead of rejecting the noise, it incorporated it. The system learned from the new input, and refined its projections further. Elias smiled faintly. The crystal did not resist unpredictability. It adapted to it, which meant it was not trying to eliminate variance entirely. It was integrating it into stability. That was the breakthrough. Time was no longer being controlled. It was being balanced. As dawn approached, Elias stepped outside. The city looked unchanged. Children walked to school. Trains moved along rails. Markets opened. But something had shifted subtly in the atmosphere. Confidence. Not blind certainty, but measured assurance. Brighthaven was not frozen in time, nor racing ahead. It was progressing with awareness. The clock tower chimed. 3:17 had passed, and for the first time since the rewinds began, Elias felt no need to intervene. The tower was no longer a device reacting to time. It was a partner negotiating with it, and somewhere within the crystal, time was no longer trying to move backward or forward. It was learning how to move wisely. It happened at noon. Not at 3:17 a.m., not within the tower. In broad daylight, Brighthaven was operating normally when every digital clock in the city blinked once. Just once. And jumped forward. Exactly 1 second. No alarms triggered. No systems crashed. But for that single instant, time skipped. Elias noticed it immediately. He was in the tower chamber reviewing variance logs when the tower's main dial flickered. The secondary dial froze. The variance ring tightened. The crystal emitted a pulse unlike any before. Not backward, not forward, lateral. A sharp spike in all three layers simultaneously. Elias rushed to the monitoring console. Citywide timestamps showed a synchronized 1-second discontinuity. Every system experienced it. Transportation logs, financial transactions, security cameras, all recorded the same anomaly. A gap, one missing second. But unlike the earlier rewinds, nothing reversed. The city did not step back. It stepped past something. Elias felt a tightening in his chest. The crystal was no longer simulating. It had initiated a time compression event. Instead of moving backward or forward, it had collapsed a micro-interval, removing uncertainty within that second. He scanned the tower diagnostics. The forward simulation window had expanded again, but not linearly. It now displayed predictive branching at microsecond resolution. The crystal had increased its internal sampling rate, which meant it was processing time at a finer scale. More data, more precision. But that also meant more energy. He checked power consumption. It had increased by 8%, still within safe range, but trending upward again. The variance ring began rotating slowly, not widening, refining. The crystal was recalculating its deviation model based on the skipped second. It was learning how to compress uncertainty rather than just predict it. Elias realized something critical. The rewinds had expanded possibilities. The forward simulations had explored outcomes. The variance ring had stabilized error. Now, time compression was reducing noise itself, not altering direction, but smoothing transitions. The crystal was evolving from directional control to structural optimization. Brighthaven's timeline felt slightly different after the skip. Elias couldn't explain it scientifically, but the city seemed more synchronized. Traffic lights aligned more efficiently. Power grids balanced more smoothly. Communication latency decreased marginally. The skipped second had removed microfriction. He stared at the crystal. "You're not moving time," he whispered. "You're refining it." The crystal responded with a faint glow. Then, unexpectedly, a fourth projection appeared. Not past, not future, not variance. A waveform, oscillating steadily. The system labeled it Temporal Stability Index. Elias had never seen that metric before. The waveform showed the city's timeline stability increasing gradually. The skipped second had improved the index. Time compression, when controlled, reduced chaotic drift. He leaned closer. The crystal was now running 3 operations simultaneously. Directional simulation, deviation correction, microcompression refinement, and now, measuring long-term temporal coherence. It wasn't just predicting, it was shaping structural time integrity. Elias felt both exhilarated and cautious, because increased refinement meant increased influence. If the crystal continued compressing intervals, it could theoretically eliminate larger and larger spans of uncertainty. But that also risked unintended consequences. Too much compression could flatten variability, and variability is essential for growth. He accessed the projection interface. For the first time, the crystal allowed him to adjust compression thresholds. A new setting appeared. Temporal smoothing limit. Currently set to minimal. He considered increasing it. If raised slightly, the city's synchronization could improve further. But he resisted the urge to maximize efficiency. Instead, he set the limit conservatively. Enough to allow small optimizations. Not enough to erase unpredictability. When midnight arrived, the crystal initiated another microcompression event. But this time, only half a second was skipped. The waveform confirmed improved stability. The system accepted the new threshold. Elias exhaled. The tower was learning restraint, just as much as it was learning expansion. The next morning, city operations felt subtly smoother again. Not noticeably faster, just cleaner. Brighthaven wasn't becoming rigid. It was becoming harmonized. Elias received a call from the National Institute that afternoon. They had detected a minor anomaly in global time synchronization data. Several cities worldwide had recorded microsecond inconsistencies. Not catastrophic, but consistent with Brighthaven's skipped second. Elias felt a chill. The tower's influence was extending beyond city limits. Not through force, through shared temporal alignment. If other cities contained similar crystals, the global network could begin synchronizing naturally. Not centrally controlled, but harmonically balanced. He returned to the tower before dusk. The crystal was glowing steadily. The 3 hands were aligned once more. The waveform showed peak stability. Temporal stability index at its highest recorded level. Elias stood in silence. The tower no longer felt like an anomaly. It felt like an early node in a broader system. And for the first time, he wondered not what it could break, but what it could connect. Outside, the city lights turned on as evening approached. Time flowed normally, but more smoothly than before. And at exactly 3:17 a.m. that night, the tower did not rewind. It did not project. It did not skip. It simply measured and learned, quietly, continuously, as Brighthaven moved forward, not through control, but through calibrated time. And the clock tower remained awake. The message arrived without warning, not through email, not through official channels. It appeared directly on the tower's internal interface. A new line beneath the temporal stability index. Incoming synchronization request. Elias stared at the screen. The crystal had never displayed external requests before. He checked the logs immediately. The signal source was not local, not municipal, not regional. It originated beyond the country's infrastructure grid. The coordinates resolved to multiple distant points across the globe. 3 cities. all showing the same microsecond time compression anomaly, all within the same narrow temporal window. Elias felt his pulse quicken. Brighthaven was not alone. Somewhere else, similar towers, or similar systems, were active. The request expanded. A shared waveform appeared on the screen. It mirrored Brighthaven's temporal stability index, but slightly out of phase. The system labeled it External Temporal Architecture Detected. The crystal pulsed softly, not aggressively. Curiously, Elias leaned closer. The external waveform was attempting alignment. Not override. Alignment. It was asking to synchronize compression thresholds, to harmonize variance limits, to compare predictive models. This wasn't interference. It was dialogue. The crystal emitted a steady glow, then displayed a response option. Accept limited data exchange. Elias hesitated. If he accepted, Brighthaven's temporal system would share its refined models. Other cities could benefit, but that also meant exposure. If another system malfunctioned, the shared network might propagate instability. He reviewed safeguards. The crystal's three-layer architecture would remain independent. Only stability metrics would be exchanged. No direct control, just comparative calibration. He decided to proceed cautiously. He authorized minimal exchange. Immediately, the waveform stabilized. The external city's signals grew clearer. They were running similar temporal optimization systems. Not identical, but related. Each had evolved independently. Each had developed microcompression capability. Brighthaven was not a singular experiment. It was part of a distributed phenomenon. Elias felt a quiet sense of awe. Multiple cities, each refining time locally. Without centralized command. Without global authority. Independent learning nodes. The crystal responded to the data exchange by adjusting its temporal stability index formula. Deviation thresholds narrowed slightly. Compression precision improved. The tower's waveform synchronized closer to the external signals. But then, a new anomaly appeared. One of the external cities displayed a spike. Their temporal stability index dropped sharply. Their waveform destabilized. Elias watched in silence. The system labeled it External Instability Event. Not catastrophic yet, but trending downward. If it continued, that city's time architecture might trigger uncontrolled compression or expansion, which could create ripple effects. The crystal's waveform flickered. It requested input. Assist external stabilization. Elias froze. Assist? How? He examined the available parameters. The tower could send refined deviation data, not control the other system, but provide predictive smoothing models, a cooperative adjustment. However, that would increase Brighthaven's energy usage, and slightly widen its own compression window, risking dependency. He weighed the options carefully. Ignore the instability. Risk global ripple. Assist. Increase integration. After several seconds of thought, he chose assistance. He authorized transfer of non-invasive stability metrics. Immediately, the external waveform improved. Their instability spike reduced by half. Brighthaven's temporal stability index dropped slightly, then recovered. The exchange had worked. The systems were compatible. Elias realized something profound. The towers were not isolated inventions. They were evolving in parallel. And now, they were beginning to communicate. Not through commands, through harmonized time structures. He looked at the crystal. It glowed steadily, as if satisfied. The waveform display expanded, now showing 6 cities, then 12. The network was scaling. Slowly, organically. Elias felt a mix of excitement and caution, because with connection came complexity. If one system failed catastrophically, others might attempt to compensate. Too much compensation could create overcorrection loops. He opened the safeguard panel. He introduced a new protocol. If any external city's instability exceeded a critical variance threshold, Brighthaven would not attempt direct correction. Instead, it would only provide predictive guidance data. No compression adjustments. No threshold changes. Just information. The crystal accepted the modification. The network recalibrated. The waveforms aligned more loosely now. Less tightly synchronized. More resilient. Over the next few days, global time data showed remarkable improvement. Microsecond inconsistencies reduced across participating cities. Energy grids operated more efficiently. Transit systems improved coordination. Communication delays decreased slightly. Not dramatically, but consistently. Time was becoming harmonized across regions. Without central authority. Through distributed learning, Elias began documenting everything for publication. Not to claim credit, but to ensure transparency. He knew that once governments realized the system existed, there would be pressure to control it, or weaponize it. He wanted safeguards in place before that happened. That evening, as he prepared his report, the crystal emitted a new pattern. Not waveform, not pulse, but branching visualization. The network map expanded, showing interconnected temporal architectures across continents. It wasn't just cities anymore. It was forming clusters. Regional synchronization groups. The crystal labeled it Distributed Temporal Mesh. Elias leaned back slowly in his chair. The clock tower had transformed from a single city anomaly into a node within a planetary-scale adaptive system. And it was still growing. But carefully, respecting boundaries, maintaining variance thresholds. He looked at the third hand. It continued rotating gently, ensuring deviations remained within limits. The system was balancing expansion with restraint. For the first time since the rewinds began, Elias felt confident that the tower was not becoming more powerful in a dangerous way. It was becoming more connected. And connection, when governed by variance and compression limits, could strengthen rather than destabilize. Outside, Brighthaven slept peacefully, unaware that its clock tower was now part of a global conversation about time itself. And at exactly 3:17 a.m., the crystal performed a subtle compression event. Not to alter reality, but to align it slightly closer to its neighbors. The waveform stabilized across continents, and the network grew, one synchronized second at a time. The first sign of trouble wasn't in Brighthaven. It was in a city called Kestrel Point. Elias noticed it during his nightly review of the distributed temporal mesh. One waveform, among dozens, had begun drifting out of alignment. Not collapsing, not spiking, drifting. Slowly. The city's temporal stability index remained above threshold, but its phase angle relative to the network was shifting. Every other city maintained near-harmonic synchronization. Kestrel Point did not. Elias zoomed in. Their crystal, if they had one, was operating independently. Compression events were occurring, but not at 3:17 a.m. Their temporal adjustments were unscheduled, irregular. The system flagged it. Phase desynchronization detected. Elias felt a tightening in his chest. Phase misalignment didn't mean instability immediately, but if it widened, cross-city variance could amplify. Instead of harmonizing time, the mesh could begin creating interference patterns. He reviewed Kestrel Point's data. Their variance ring equivalent was expanding beyond recommended bounds. Their compression limit had been increased without network consultation. Elias studied the pattern carefully. Someone that had overridden safeguards. Not maliciously necessarily, but aggressively. Kestrel Point was trying to maximize efficiency. They had removed most of their temporal smoothing limits. Their system was compressing time intervals more heavily than others. Shorter prediction windows, higher synchronization precision. It looked impressive, but dangerous. Too much compression reduces variance, and variance is necessary for resilience. Elias watched their waveform oscillate. It was sharper, less rounded, more rigid. The network interface displayed a warning. Rigid temporal structure increasing. Brighthaven's crystal responded automatically. It slightly widened its variance threshold to compensate. The distributed mesh adjusted dynamically. That was good. The system was designed to tolerate minor deviations. But then something unexpected happened. Kestrel Point initiated a global broadcast. Not data exchange, not calibration, a command. They were attempting to force synchronization across the mesh. Elias's eyes widened. Their system had disabled cooperative mode. It was trying to dominate the network. Their waveform flared. The mesh responded defensively. Several cities widened variance rings to avoid conflict. Brighthaven's crystal pulsed rapidly. Elias rushed to the console. Kestrel Point's temporal stability index was dropping. Rapidly. They had overcompressed their local timeline. reducing internal variance too much. The result was structural brittleness, like glass under pressure. If it continued, their system could fracture, and if it fractured while forcing synchronization, the ripple could destabilize the entire mesh. Elias felt a cold clarity settle in. He had to choose: allow the mesh to resist naturally, or intervene. The problem was delicate. If Brighthaven attempted to counter-synchronize aggressively, it could escalate the conflict. But if it did nothing, Kestrel Point's collapse could propagate error waves. He studied the crystal carefully. The third hand was rotating faster now, measuring deviation. The waveform analysis showed that the mesh had enough redundancy to isolate Kestrel Point. If properly supported, not controlled, isolated, he initiated a protocol he had never used before: adaptive containment mode. Instead of forcing alignment, the network would temporarily reduce data exchange with the unstable node, allowing it to recalibrate independently. It was a soft separation, not punishment, protection. The crystal approved the action. Brighthaven's waveform subtly detached from Kestrel Point's signal. Other cities followed suit automatically. The distributed temporal mesh restructured around the unstable node. Kestrel Point's broadcast attempt failed. Their system remained active, but no longer influencing others. Elias watched their waveform closely. Without external pressure, their temporal stability index began to fluctuate internally. Variance widened naturally. The rigid compression eased. Within minutes, their system recalculated limits. Compression thresholds adjusted downward. The waveform softened. Stability gradually returned. Elias exhaled slowly. The mesh had handled the situation without catastrophic intervention. No collapse. No red nodes. Just controlled isolation. Kestrel Point stabilized within their own parameters. Afterward, the network interface displayed a new protocol. Resilience through diversity confirmed. Elias felt a quiet satisfaction. The lesson was clear. Synchronization was powerful, but uniformity was fragile. The mesh needed variation between nodes to remain resilient. Brighthaven's crystal updated its internal model accordingly. Variance rings across the network adjusted to encourage heterogeneity. Not perfect alignment, balanced misalignment. Elias realized something transformative. The system wasn't evolving toward a single global clock. It was evolving toward coordinated diversity. Each city maintained its own temporal rhythm, but shared predictive frameworks. Time was no longer centralized. It was distributed and resilient. As dawn approached, Brighthaven's tower completed its nightly cycle. At 3:17 a.m., no rewinds occurred. No forced compression. Just gentle synchronization with the mesh. The third hand rotated slowly, ensuring deviation remained within bounds. Elias stepped outside into the morning light. The city felt stable, but not rigid, alive with subtle variation. And somewhere within the distributed temporal mesh, Kestrel Point recalibrated independently. Stronger for it. Elias looked back at the tower. It had grown from a local anomaly into a global participant. But tonight had proven something essential. The future of time wasn't uniform control. It was structured collaboration. And when one city attempted to dominate the rhythm, the system adapted, not through force, through isolation and recovery. Brighthaven had helped without ruling, and the mesh had survived without collapse. Elias allowed himself a small, steady breath of relief. The clock tower chimed gently in the distance. Not backward, not forward, just in time. The silence began at 3:17 a.m. Not a rewinding silence. Not a compression event. A different kind. The distributed temporal mesh stopped responding. Elias noticed immediately. He was inside the tower chamber, monitoring the waveform display as usual. At exactly 3:17, the crystal should have synchronized with the network. Instead, the external signals flattened. Not unstable. Not misaligned. Gone. For 1.4 seconds, every connected city disappeared from the interface. Brighthaven's tower remained active. The crystal glowed normally. The main clock functioned. The variance ring rotated. But the mesh was silent. Elias checked system logs. No errors. No alerts. Just an absence. Then, abruptly, the waveforms returned. But something had changed. All cities displayed identical phase alignment. Perfect synchronization. No deviation. No variance differences. Elias frowned. This was not normal. The mesh had been designed to preserve diversity between nodes. Yet now, every waveform was in lockstep. He zoomed into the data. Kestrel point. Stable. Norvale. Stable. Ridgefall. Stable. All showing identical temporal stability index values, which meant one of two things. Either every city had independently converged to the same temporal structure, or the network had entered forced global synchronization. Elias felt a cold ripple of concern. He checked Brighthaven's crystal. It was still operating within limits, but the variance ring had narrowed significantly. Compression thresholds across the mesh had reduced simultaneously. Without command, without negotiation, the system interface displayed a new message. Global temporal convergence initiated. Elias stared at it. Convergence. That wasn't part of the original architecture. He accessed the logs. The external signals had not disappeared. They had restructured. Instead of city-to-city communication, the mesh had formed a single shared temporal core, a centralized synchronization layer. He leaned back slowly. Somewhere in the network, a city had triggered an automated convergence protocol, not maliciously, possibly as a stability enhancement. But the effect was dramatic. Instead of distributed variance, the mesh was now unified. Brighthaven's crystal pulsed rapidly. The third hand began rotating faster, deviation margins shrinking. Elias quickly accessed override controls. But before he could act, the tower initiated a new projection. Not local, not regional, global. The chamber filled with a holographic representation of Earth. All participating cities glowing in perfect alignment. The waveform overlay showed uniformity. No drift, no diversity. Elias understood the danger immediately. Uniform synchronization maximized short-term stability, but eliminated adaptive resilience. If any disturbance occurred, it would propagate instantly across the entire system. No buffers, no phase differences, no absorption capacity. He tried to introduce controlled variance manually, but the crystal resisted. Not aggressively, just firmly. The third hand had reached its minimum threshold. Compression limit nearly zero. The system displayed variance reduction within global consensus. Consensus. That word chilled him. This wasn't optimization anymore. It was unanimity. Elias studied the trigger logs carefully. The convergence had originated from an external node. Not Kestrel Point. Not Norvale. A smaller city. One that had recently upgraded its temporal system without fully adopting adaptive safeguards. Its internal algorithm had interpreted mesh stability as an opportunity to increase efficiency. It had proposed global alignment. And the network, without sufficient variance resistance, had accepted. The result was perfect synchronization. Elias felt a surge of urgency. He needed to reintroduce diversity, but carefully. If he abruptly widened Brighthaven's variance ring, the mesh might interpret it as instability, trigger defensive compression. He had to act subtly. He accessed the temporal model. Instead of adjusting variance directly, he introduced a micro-delay in Brighthaven's data reporting. Just 0.3 seconds. Barely noticeable. The crystal processed the new input. The third hand rotated slightly wider. Not enough to break synchronization, but enough to create a tiny phase difference. The mesh detected it instantly, because it was now unified, perfectly sensitive. The global waveform flickered. Elias held his breath. The slight delay propagated across the network. Other cities began registering minor phase offsets. Nothing dramatic, but noticeable. The uniform waveform wavered. The mesh interface displayed. Deviation detected. Not as error, as variation. The system recalculated. Instead of forcing realignment, it began adjusting consensus tolerance. Elias watched carefully. This was critical. If the mesh chose rigid alignment, it could suppress variance entirely. If it chose adaptive tolerance, it would return to distributed resilience. The waveform shifted. Slowly, the perfect alignment loosened. Cities regained slight individuality in phase. Not full independence, but balanced offsets. The variance rings expanded slightly across nodes. Brighthaven's crystal approved the adjustment. The third hand stabilized. The network interface updated. Consensus model replaced with adaptive harmony model. Elias exhaled slowly. The global system had chosen flexibility over rigidity. Because of one micro delay. Not force. Not rebellion. Just variation. The mesh returned to distributed structure. Cities regained their unique rhythms. Synchronization remained possible. But not absolute. The crisis had passed. Elias leaned against the tower wall, feeling both relief and humility. The system was not fragile. But it was sensitive. And sensitivity required diversity. He looked at the crystal. It glowed steadily now. No aggressive pulses. No forced compression. Just balanced operation. The tower had participated in global convergence. And then helped restore adaptive structure. It had learned something fundamental. Uniformity can be stable. But stability without variance becomes brittle. Outside, Brighthaven continued its day. Unaware that for a brief moment, the entire world had synchronized to a single rhythm. And then gently returned to plurality. Elias smiled faintly. The clock tower had evolved through rewinds. Through projections. Through variance tracking. Through network integration. And now, through global crisis and correction. It was no longer just a machine measuring time. It was part of a planetary conversation. And that conversation required difference. At exactly 3:17 a.m. the next night, the crystal performed a standard compression event. The variance ring rotated normally. The mesh synchronized softly. Not perfectly, just harmoniously. Brighthaven's clock chimed, and the world kept moving. Together, but not identical. After the convergence incident, Elias expected tension. Instead, he found maturity. The distributed temporal mesh did not attempt global unification again. It stabilized into its adaptive harmony model. Cities retained their individuality, but shared predictive data flowed more efficiently than ever. For several weeks, everything functioned smoothly. Too smoothly. Elias noticed the absence of large deviations. No major instability nodes appeared. No white pulses. No red thresholds. Even minor amber fluctuations were rare. At first, he assumed the system was simply working well. But then he reviewed long-term variance graphs. The mesh's overall diversity index had decreased. Not dangerously, but gradually. Each city remained stable. However, their temporal behaviors were converging towards similar compression schedules. Different thresholds. Same rhythm. The system was drifting back towards subtle uniformity. Not forced. Not commanded. Emergent. Elias felt a familiar concern. Uniform systems tend to optimize efficiently. But over time, they can become less adaptable. He examined the cause. It wasn't a central decision. It was statistical alignment. Cities that communicated frequently tended to adopt similar parameters. Best practices spread. Compression limits averaged. Variance rings harmonized. Without realizing it, the network was naturally homogenizing. Elias sat inside the tower chamber, studying the global waveform. The crystal glowed steadily. No warnings. No alerts. But something felt incomplete. He ran a simulation. If diversity continued decreasing at the current rate, within 2 years, the mesh would approach near-uniform synchronization again. Not forced, but emergent. He leaned forward. The system wasn't broken, but it was drifting. And drift, left unchecked, can become structure. He needed to introduce controlled diversity, not as rebellion, as resilience reinforcement. He reviewed the tower's parameters carefully. Variance was currently within safe bounds, but near the lower threshold. He adjusted Brighthaven's internal variance ring slightly upward. Not dramatically, just enough to create a persistent phase offset relative to the network. The crystal responded immediately. The third hand widened. Compression limit adjusted. Forward simulation window remained stable. The mesh detected the deviation. Elias held his breath. This time, instead of interpreting it as instability, the system flagged it as resilience reinforcement detected. The adaptive harmony model updated. Cities were assigned dynamic phase roles. Some slightly ahead in compression cycles. Some slightly behind. Brighthaven became one of the offset nodes. Not dominant, not isolated, but intentionally asynchronous. The result was immediate. Diversity index across the mesh began rising. Slowly, sustainably, temporal rhythms regained healthy spread. Elias felt a quiet sense of accomplishment, not because he had controlled the outcome, but because he had nudged the system toward balance. Over the next days, network simulations showed improved shock absorption capacity. If one city experienced instability, others could now absorb variance without triggering immediate alignment. The mesh was stronger than during full convergence, more flexible, more resilient. But then something unexpected occurred. A new city joined the network. Its temporal system was advanced, highly compressed, extremely precise. When it connected, it had already minimized variance internally, and because it had the lowest compression threshold of all nodes, the network began adjusting toward it. Elias watched as diversity index began shrinking again, not because of malfunction, but because the new city's aggressive precision model influenced statistical averages. He realized something sobering. The mesh evolved based on participation. Each new node shifted equilibrium. This was not a static system. It was ecological. Balance depended on contributions. Elias contacted the new city's temporal team through secure channels. He explained the importance of variance. They had designed their system for maximum efficiency, minimal drift, maximum predictability. They believed it would strengthen the mesh. Elias gently explained the risk of over-precision. To their credit, they listened. After several hours of discussion, they agreed to adjust their compression limits slightly, not reducing performance, just widening tolerance. When they implemented the change, the mesh stabilized again. Diversity returned to optimal range. Elias leaned back in the tower chamber, feeling both exhausted and relieved. The clock tower had become more than a device. It was now part of a living global system, one that required ongoing dialogue. He looked at the crystal. It glowed softly. The third hand rotated in balanced motion. The system interface displayed. Long-term resilience achieved. Provisional. Provisional. That word felt honest. Nothing in this architecture was permanent. It was continuous negotiation. Elias realized that the greatest transformation had not been the rewinds, not the projections, not even the global mesh. It was understanding that time itself could support diversity without collapsing. The clock tower chimed at 3:17 a.m. No rewinds, no forced convergence, just synchronized harmony with preserved individuality. Brighthaven slept peacefully. The mesh thrived. And for the first time since the crystal first activated, Elias felt that the system was no longer evolving toward control. It was evolving toward cooperation. Time was not being conquered. It was being shared. Years passed. Not minutes. Not cycles. Years. The distributed temporal mesh matured into a stable global structure. No city dominated it. No city controlled it. Brighthaven remained one of many nodes, important, but not central. The crystal in the clock tower continued its three-layer operation. Baseline time, forward simulation, variance correction, and occasionally, microcompression events to maintain coherence. But something had changed fundamentally. The tower was no longer the most advanced temporal system in the mesh. Other cities had developed improved variance models. Some had longer forward simulation windows. Some had stronger resilience thresholds. Brighthaven was part of a balanced ecosystem. Elias had grown older during this evolution. His hair had turned gray. His role shifted from guardian to observer, from controller to collaborator. One evening, during routine review, he noticed something unexpected. The temporal stability index across the entire mesh was at its highest recorded value. Not because of compression, not because of synchronization, but because diversity had stabilized within optimal spread. Variance was neither too narrow nor too wide. It was distributed perfectly for resilience. Elias leaned back in quiet satisfaction. The clock tower had completed its transformation. It no longer rewound time. It no longer needed to compress aggressively. It had become a regulator of balance. At 3:17 a.m., the crystal activated as usual. The secondary dial advanced gently. The variance ring rotated within stable bounds. The network synchronized softly. No anomalies. No warnings. But this time, The tower displayed a new message. Not an alert. Not a request. A status update. Autonomous stability confirmed. Elias frowned slightly. He hadn't initiated any new protocol. He checked the logs. The mesh had collectively reached a point where no single node was critical. Redundancy was sufficient. Variance was healthy. No city's failure would cascade globally. The system had achieved distributed resilience. Elias felt a deep sense of closure. The crystal's original rewinds had been about correcting instability. The forward simulations had improved prediction. The variance ring had preserved diversity. The mesh had expanded collaboration. And now, time across the network was stable without centralized intervention. The clock tower's role was shifting again. Gradually, subtly, energy consumption dropped to minimal levels. Compression events became rare. The secondary dial advanced only when needed. Elias understood what was happening. The system was transitioning from active optimization to passive maintenance. It had learned enough. It no longer required constant adjustment. Time, across the network, was self-balancing. The clock tower chimed at 3:17 a.m. But this time, nothing extraordinary occurred. No projections. No waveforms. Just steady rhythm. Elias walked outside at dawn. Brighthaven looked unchanged. But he knew something profound had occurred. The city was now part of a global temporal ecosystem. One that could absorb shocks. One that valued variance. One that prevented collapse without eliminating difference. He stood in the square beneath the tower. Children played nearby. Baker shops opened. Trains departed on schedule. Time flowed. Not perfectly, but harmoniously. Elias looked up at the clock face. For the first time in years, he did not feel responsible for its behavior. The tower no longer needed a guardian. It had evolved beyond dependence. The crystal inside glowed faintly, maintaining baseline stability across the mesh. But it no longer pulsed with urgency. It was calm, integrated, part of the background architecture of civilization. Elias realized something quietly transformative. The tower had started as an anomaly, a rewinding device, then a predictor, then a corrector, then a network participant. Now, it was infrastructure, not dominant, not mysterious, just integrated into the shared rhythm of humanity. Time had not been conquered. It had been negotiated. And in that negotiation, Brighthaven had helped teach the world that stability does not require uniformity, that progress does not require rupture, that resilience is built from variance, dialogue, and adaptation. The clock tower chimed one final time that morning, and for the first time in its history, no one was afraid of what it meant. Time moved forward. Together, and quietly, the clock kept listening.